Well, or lack thereof cutscene. Oop, that's not the right button. Oh boy. Is it supposed to be in Japanese? If so, I don't actually know what button to press. Oh, I had to do this? English is after this, I promise. What button do I press? Top or bottom? Because this is my first time opening the game, I think that it doesn't know what I need to select. Press the correct button, you fool. Simple, yes. Oh, what's kind of sphere grid? This is gonna be the normal and this one's gonna be advanced. We're just gonna do normal. Yeah. I'm gonna assume that one of these is yes and one of these is no. Yes, I'm sure. Background music. No background music. Oh, this is OG background music. This is... No, this is OG background music. This is the remixed one. Yeah. Okay, we'll go with the remaster. Start game? Yes. All right, we're here. Can we pick? How we pick? Where's the button to press the menu? No menu? Okay. Oh, hello. I thought you said that there was text. I don't think that I'm not gonna be able to do this menu. That's not good. There's gotta be a way to set it. Third tab on the left side. The third one is English characters. Oh, here we go. Let's go. Let's go. We've now got English. Oh no, how do I... Okay. There's gotta be a way to change this to English, right? Wait, did I change it to Taidu? No, you didn't? Okay. I don't know what button to press. Could be the options in the launcher. But there is no launcher. It launches the game directly from the batch file. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do, okay? We're pausing. We're just gonna quickly turn off the game. Real fast. It'll be fine. Okay. No. Oh my god, why is it so loud? Jesus. I don't know if you can hear it, but holy crud. Please don't. This is so loud. Oh my god. The launcher has its own... Okay, settings, please. I'm assuming this is language. Okay. Oh, okay. Let's try this again, okay? Let's try this again. Close all the things. You can't hear anything? Nothing except you? Okay, imagine you have a volume for something at 20%, and that was what you were listening to, okay? And then all of a sudden, the thing closes and it opens the launcher, which has a separate volume button that has the game volume that you were just listening to at 100%. So, that's what happened. And it was not a good time. Okay. Let's try this again. Wrong button. I should probably put this like as a shortcut somewhere so that I'm not having to hunt down the batch file to open this game. Every time that I want to open the game. It happened every time I played Final Fantasy II recently. It just ignores every audio setting. Oh, really? Oh, no. That's fine. We'll just test it, see if this will break. Now we load the cutscene thing. Where'd the game go? Oh, there it is. Whew. All right. Are we still good? Chat? Everything's behaving? All right, new game. Hey, it's in English. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Standard sphere grid. I have selected the standard sphere grid. Arranged is good, and the cutscene remover is enabled. Let's go. Let's begin. Sorry, thought you were on the international version? No, I'm playing, why is my cables all mixed up like this? I'm playing on PC, on Steam. I can walk casually. Hello. Confirm. Well, there's so many, or wait, there was multiple, because there's different, yes, there's like kanji and the other, okay, yeah, now I get it. I'm like, why is there less options on the left-hand side for me to scroll through? But that's because there's different, letters and stuff.
Can I see you after the game?
No. Wait, where's my tracker? We're not at the temple yet. You bet.
Great! I know this great place.
My favorite. No! I missed the cutscene of I want to be a blitzball when I grow up. No! Oh. Man, what am I gonna do? My favorite line in the whole game. Run invalid. Welcome to cutscene, Skipper. Blitzball kid is in Kilika. Okay.
Here we go.
Okay, my bad. All right, we're here. And here there is stuff. Wait, do I have characters? What's my... Is there a button for character? I guess not. Probably not yet. Is there like swim? Can we swim faster? Hello? I need to be up here. All right, what do we get? Something is written here.
What do we have here? Nope.
Can't read it. Okay. Did we not get something from that? Oh, it's here. Ooh, agility spheres. Okay, okay. You called him Jack Jr.? Oh man, that's cruel. Time for many swims. Isn't it like some other button besides pause to pull up the menu? Normally it's like triangle in a Final Fantasy game, so... I don't have... Oh. I don't have... I guess... That one? Did I get an item? I can't actually see. Okay, yes. I don't have Albed primers. Okay. just means. Well, I guess for Seymour Butts percent, this is world record. Right here, I guess we just win, cause yeah, cause we got Seymour right at the start. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out if I'm swimming fast. Like, this is underwater. This is above water. This is underwater. Can I go fast in the water? Is there any other... Oh, is it this button? No. I'm just... Oh, look at that! I finally found... Look, triangle is now the, now that we have another party member, we can actually... Wait, where's my party member? Oh, I guess because we don't actually... Yeah. Hang on. Do we have anything to start with? I don't think so. We're probably gonna get our butt kicked. So we start with stuff. Cool. Just sciencing, testing, seeing what we start with, seeing everything else. Oh, it's been a hot minute since I've done this. We ABS, always be saving. New save data. Oh man, this is manually like that, okay? There's no speeding up swimming in the water. Maybe on the X screen. Always be saving. Ooh, 90 amulets. I don't remember anything about amulets. I'm not gonna lie. I guess we don't get to see more of the game. Wait, I thought we have cutscene skipper. Is it because it's a boss? Oh yeah, I have that we automatically hit things and capture them. So everything has auto capture on, but I hope that doesn't mess with my... Oh, hi. I hope that doesn't mess with my... What's it called? Oh my god, what? Holy crud! That hurts so bad. Please don't touch me. Ow! That was my entire HP bar. Oh, you know what? I forgot about that. Oh, well, I killed it, I guess. Goodbye. All right, where am I now? In a long hallway. Ah. Sorry, I'm trying to keep an eye on my, what's it called? I'm trying to keep an eye on my tracker at the same time, but some of these, some of these rooms don't look the same, so I'm trying to figure out what they are. Yeah? Where am I? I'm confused. Wow, okay. Bomb course. That's not listed on here. Is it a different room? Oh, it's way up there. Okay, I see. The maps don't match up. Wings to Discovery. I'm getting a lot of those. 32k health. Does it use up a slot on your weapon? Oh, no. Are you talking about the capture thing? No, it's just automatically equipped to everything. I also have, I should have the ability to, what's it called? I should also have the ability to see everything's health as well. No, it doesn't look like it auto switches the map tracker. You have to bribe them, not beat them up, but it was still a grind. Hey, awesome boy, how's it going? Heard there was amulets here. I'm just looking, cause so we have agility spheres. There has to be some use for this. Wow, we have 90 amulets and 50 wings to discovery. I don't actually know what those do, or remember what those do. There is a check somewhere over here. Nice. Oh, good mix. Yes, as soon as I got the Albed stuff, I was like, oh, it's Riku's throw ability, or like merge ability. The thing where she mixes stuff and all of a sudden things blew up. Yes. I remember now. I want to open this door. See, I don't think there's any way for us to get anything over here. Yeah, because there's big rocks in the way. Customizing weapons and armor. Ah, okay. Have a good night, Soren. I need to get through this door, but I don't know how I can. It's not letting me. And there's an item in there. Unless it's over here. Oh! Wow, this map is so different. Okay, now I see. I see. No. But also down here. We'll grab that in a sec. Oh, B. Wait, what's B? I'm pressing B. What do you want me to do? Oh, I should be facing the right way. Wow, okay. We got the Mars crest, got it. Those items are used for customizing weapons. The amulets have 2 uses. The first one is that you can customize the pickpocketing ability on armor. The other is Riku's mixing. They modded it to be fast in the randomizer so you don't have to spend a third of the game in the sphere grid. Sphere movement is instantaneous now. If I look at the sphere grid for Titus, yeah. I can move like nothing because I don't have any levels. I'm wondering if that's gonna heck me, like the capturing is gonna heck me or not. Can you see the mouse on the screen? Yes, okay. I'm gonna have to take that off. Where's my OBS? Final Fantasy X properties do not capture wait, but it's supposed to not capture the cursor. Okay. Well, hopefully this fixed it. When I save, I have to use my mouse. So I want to keep my mouse on the screen. So, yeah. This is so new to me. Have you never played Final Fantasy X, Spark Boy? All right, we have nothing here.
Give me a break.
Hang on, black magic. What is it weak against? Immune to sensors. But it doesn't say... I'm assuming thunder is probably weak against.
You on my side? Cool.
I love that he's saying that. You on my side? Yeah, that is kind of odd, isn't it? I want to see what your attack is. Okay. It's just... Oh, nice! We got the overkill! Nice. We got 4 ability spheres. I like it, I like it. I was wondering if we were gonna have that happen where we got ability spheres. Oh, yeah, here's the save data screen. Albed Primer Volume 1. Oh, I did not catch what that was. Do you have something? Yes. Wow, accuracy spheres, 90. I'm pretty sure he was supposed to be talking to Riku, but yeah, that's a good question for Seymour as well. Yeah. Yeah, we get captures. I set it to captures for everything. Like all ability, all like elemental, everything. Like anytime we do damage to a enemy, that it should automatically capture. Not because I'm planning on doing the you know, beast rando, but I do want to know like I just wanted to test it to see how it worked. I don't think there's a way off this ship. It says there's another item on the ship, but I don't see a way that we can go anywhere in it. So... yeah? Wait, what'd you just say? I don't know. No, I want to talk to you. Ooh, okay. It looks like there's an item on the ship, but I don't think that we can get it. Let me see what it is. Ah, okay. Yeah, I now see what we need to do. Piranha cannot be captured. Rude. Also, Seymour is not a swimming character, so we can't actually use Seymour in another battle. How on earth does Final Fantasy X work as a randomizer? Well, you see, in this game, there are characters and a variety of other things that you'll obtain throughout the game, including the Aeons. Like, the Aeons are shuffled, the items and chests are shuffled, sphere stuff is shuffled. There's a whole lot of things that are shuffled. Honestly, the thing that I would recommend is just watching, because I'm still learning, so I don't even know necessarily what is all shuffled. Sorry, there's a button to go back to the ship? Yeah, because you can, what does it mean that you found region Besaid? Yeah, you unlock the area. So when I go to the airship, then I can go to Besaid. So like right now, can I put this on the screen so you can see it? This is what my tracker looks like, okay? So right now I have one item in the submerged ruins on the far left there. That's where I am right now. But you can see at the bottom now I have Besaid. So now I can go there via the airship. But I can unlock varieties of different like regions, but they are like, you're still going to be fighting the same enemies that you are. And because I have the combat logic on like maximum, so that I need to, I'm basically going to be going in order, but it doesn't have to be, right? The regions that I'm unlocking don't have to be in order. I just have it set so that I need to find a specific amount of stuff before it's going to logically allow me to go into those areas, if that makes sense. Is the story also shuffled, or is it mostly just pickups? No, the story isn't shuffled. As a matter of fact, the story is basically mostly cut out. All the cutscenes are cut out, except for the ones that will trigger a boss. Like, for instance, I could save here, and I could just board the airship and go to a different region. But honestly, if you do stuff like that, you might run into a situation where you have to reset. So it's just better to clear out an area fully as much as you can before going to another zone. But you can go into, like, the thing is, there is really no story-esque like in this rando, because you're just like, all the cutscenes are skipped and everything else all. Yeah, it's just straight up, and that's the same thing with a lot of randomizers, right? Like, I'm gonna kill these guys in the next hit, so I'm hoping that I can just use my potion afterwards, and that I'm not gonna lose a battle for it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I need to go this way. Kind of reminds me how Chrono Trigger Randomizer works. You unlock locations as part of the rando. It looks for key items and characters to progress, but the story is basically cut out because otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. So I can't actually see what I'm getting. So I'm hoping that, like, some of these things, unless it pops up on the screen and tells me. Oh. Well, this guy kind of doesn't hit me. Out of attack range. Certain commands become available in certain battles. Press the whatever in the command window to access them. Showing in the client what you get. Wow! Rude. So yeah, he's just going off to the side, and I can heal. It does, see if I attack. So right above or right beside Titus's head, that is the kind of like the turn order. Depending upon what actions you use, sometimes you can change the turn order. I'm about to get hit really hard, so I'm gonna use a potion. Because I'm not gonna be able to, like, I'd rather heal for 200 rather than 50. He's got 1,000 HP, so do you mind? As long as he doesn't have a super powerful attack. Okay, now he's gonna use a super powerful attack. So he's charging. So I'm gonna use my potion again. Because this is gonna hurt. I'm gonna okay, actually, this is a good example right here. If I attack now, then the boss gets a turn, but I can use a potion and you'll see my turn comes up again. So I'll be able to use my potion, and then also I'll be able to attack again before he gets an attack. And I can just use my overdrive. So if I use my potion again, I'm not going to, what? Pincer attack? Interesting. Even though I don't actually have a character here besides Titus. Oh, he got 2 hits here. I need potion. Yeah, he's got... He didn't like your pincer? I feel like I'm back attacking him right now because he's facing the other way, so I'm getting higher hits. And we leveled up. Wha-bam! Nicely done. Do we have to go over here, or... Oh, I guess we leave out this window. Yeah, Zithris is saying it's about 3 hours, so... But that's only if you know what you're doing, right? Like, the thing is, most of the runtime in Final Fantasy X is cutscenes, and as you notice, we're kind of just skipping it, right? So, now we're going to the airship. And we're gonna go to Besaid. Do you know how scaling works? Like, if you unlock an endgame area early, do you get walloped? I believe so, yes. But I don't know. Somebody else can probably answer that better. Yeah, you start with the Fahrenheit. So this is basically, it's similar to Free Enterprise. So you start the game, you skip the intro cutscene, and then you have the airship. But yeah.
Yeehaw! Here we go!
Rain. There's a chest somewhere over here. A Lux Sphere? Sounds like a day worth of commitment. I mean, that's why I'm playing it. Right, the more that I play it, the more familiar I'm going to be with the game. And the more familiar I am with the game, then the you know, the better I'm gonna do at it. $40 high potions, nice. See, and having like a large quantity of items in chests rather than a small quantity of chests or items in chests means that you're gonna be able to just focus on finding the items that you need. All right, we attain Underdog's Secret. So I'm talking to them a couple times, and they give me, oh, hey, region unlocked, Mushroom Rock Road. Black Magic Sphere, we got 10 of them. Oh, wait, what? I thought that there was... You should have... Yeah, no. Dado, you should have... Okay. Okay, we got Jose Temple area. So we got 2 regions now that we just unlocked.
Hey, it's this way.
Okay, yes. We'll go. And then I get shoved in the lake. In before 99 dark matters, one of them doesn't give you anything. Yeah. Well, the problem was is Dado I spoke to multiple times and he didn't give me the things that he was supposed to. Ah! Wait, did I get Riku? When did I unlock Riku? I don't see it in the feed. This is supposed to be Seymour. Your tracker says you have Riku and Seymour? Interesting. I am supposed to start with 3 characters, so... You got her from the Nautilus boss. Ah, okay, that I didn't see. That's funny. I might have Seymour, but he's not a character that I can use in the pool. So there are specific characters that are swimming characters and only they can be used in the water. All Guado can swim. He's far better than Waka in the water. Guado is the race. Yes, that is correct. Wait, hang on. I don't know if this is... Oh, I've been skipping chests. I didn't realize this was one of the... Yeah. I'm silly. Did you get all 3 chests? No, I can't see anything because my camera stays above the water. And I really wish that it didn't. There we go. There's a chest over here. Wait, right here. Do. You are silly, but that's why we like you. Riku's not getting any experience. Can you go back down, please? Hold the button. Okay. I guess we have another region. How many more regions are we gonna find? Luca was in the chest underwater, which I think is really funny. Considering what happens in Luca. I am getting a ton of region unlocks. But honestly, if this is if I don't have to fight half the things that I expected to fight, this is going to be significantly easier than I expected it to be. Shoutouts to the devs who put this together, because this is pretty great. I know that my AP amount is fairly high, but I'm still worried about the rate at which I'm gaining it. I don't know if it's... Hopefully it's good enough. Chocobo feathers. Riku's getting EXP. It's just slower than Titus by a lot. I don't understand why. Riku's base level is higher than Titus. Oh my god, Julie, thank you so much for the 707 bits. She starts with sphere levels in the grid, so the amount needs per level. I guess she's probably starting out at the amount that she has in the game. Like, and you get her like in the desert? No, before the desert. But not very far before the desert. There's like an attack on the ship. And, yeah. I say this the ship, but it's a shoe puff. I'm pretty sure. Refracted, thank you so much for the 7 consecutive watch streaks. I'm fighting a whole lot of fish. Can you stop trying to kill my characters? Rides the shoe puff? See, I don't know if it's better if I put levels into the sphere grid right now or if I wait. Hi. I don't think there's anything else we could do here. So, Besaid Village it is. Wow. We're just getting all the regions. Can I save? Where's the save point? Is it? There's a house that there's a save point in. I know it. Oh. I can't remember if it's this game or Final Fantasy X-2 that has the dog. Progressive God Hand. Okay. That is a major item, it looks like. Unless I'm crazy. I still don't have any Aeons. All right, in here. Ah, no. Ah, I knew it. This one has a summon with a dog? No, I mean like there was a game that had a dog that you would that it would lead you to treasure. Sorry, I'm saving again because I'm paranoid. That you think that's 10 too? I thought it might be, but I wasn't 100% sure. Do I take a nap? Is that how you get an item? No. Maybe later. Okay, there's a tutorial. Ah, there it is. What did I get for that? Because it didn't pop up for me. Or are they just A to B? Oh, okay, so they're not shuffled. Are we going into... On this one, guardians may enter the cloister of trials. Okay. Weapon for Kimari? Oh, that's probably what it was. Oh, from the primer? Okay. Well, Waka, I think we have to sit here and wait with you.
Sorry, man. No time for lunch yet. Take a nap. You look pushed.
So this is our, thanks. We'll take a nap. All right, now we go to the thing here, because this is our story trigger. See, I'm a little bit worried. Like, I don't know what to do with the airship, or not the airship, but when I was on the Albed ship.
Maybe this wasn't such a good idea after all.
Oh. Okay. I wonder if a key item can be locked behind 200 lightning strikes. There is a so every single mini game in this game has the ability to either set it as a junk item or to change the way that it functions. You can lock a key item behind 200 lightning strikes. You can actually set it to be every 5 lightning strikes, basically. That, like, you could set it to be 5 only, or 10 only, or 20, or 15, or whatever, all the way up to the max. Or you could just have it be junk. So it depends on what you set, right? I think Progress God Hand means it's the base version that has no AP on it, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Yeah, I don't know. Like, unfortunately, a lot of the questions, a lot of the questions I'm not going to have the answer to. Until I play it for the first time. I don't actually know if there's a setting to make every weapon break the 999 damage limit. It might be an item. Because sorry. I don't know if it's a weapon specifically, or an item, or an ability, or a weapon, like, what's it called? A specific weapon ability that allows you to break the damage limit. I think all the ultimate tier 3 weapons do natively, but I could be wrong. I don't think that I've seen a way to change it. But also, there's some settings in there that I was not like 100% positive. It's a weapon ability. Any weapon can break limit, and ultimates come with it. Do you know what the ability is called, Spawn Killers? Oh wait, hang on. Hold that for a minute. Is this... Celestials will always be better with break damage limit. Oh, it's break damage limit because they have a hidden ability to ignore defense on them. Whoa. This one's cool. Take sphere. I'm assuming this goes in here. There's on the tracker, it's actually telling me what I'm doing, which I have to say is pretty darn good that I don't have to memorize the puzzles. I'll show you what I'm seeing so you can see for yourself. But it's telling me like step by step by step what I'm supposed to do for the Besaid Cloister. Yeah, it's pretty useful. That's cheating. You're supposed to have it memorized. If you move it improperly, step on the shining glyph, return to pedestal to its original place. Okay. I'm assuming we just put it in here. Did that work? I don't think we did. I did not. Whoops. Nope. Nope, we gotta... Yo, thank you so much for the follow, Shark Stopper. I think we have to reload. How do we load? Can we load? I hacked it up. I don't think I can go back in. Yeah? Oh, I messed up. Even with the instructions, it said take the place in 8, take the sphere from 9, but I wasn't paying attention and I thought I needed to move the pedestal. Dark Aeons are, I think, super bosses. Yes. Is there a restart thing in the menu? No. Config? No. There's a command to refresh the region. Do you know what it is? I mean, the region isn't that bad. I just need to know what the command is, because I've forgotten. Archipelago, Final Fantasy X, heck yeah! I'm / refresh in the game / in the AP window. Nope. Oh, / refresh Besaid. I don't think... Maybe it's exclamation mark refresh? Hello? I can't spell. Could not find command refresh. Known commands. Help, license, options, admins, players. No, this is the Archipelago window. And it's telling me that it doesn't have the ability to do it in here. Take care, Zebrin. Don't work too hard, please. Inventory, unlocks, debug, settings. Would be in the client window. There is no client window. Yeah. Welcome back. Okay, well, we saved before we went in there, so I'm just gonna close it and open it again. And hopefully not mess this up this time. Oh heck. Is that actually the button to reset? Now I'll feel silly if I did that like just before you, if I close the thing. Right before you told me what the button was. Enjoy the lurk. Oh, that's the old PS2 soft reset? I mean, it might possibly work. What version of is this game? It's the HD remaster. The Steam HD remaster. The Sade Crusaders Lodge. Uh-oh. Oh, because I still have this window open. That's why. Does Final Fantasy X work better in Archipelago now? You can get this game to play, right? Like, can be used at the region over again in case you miss a check. Click on Unlocks tab to see the names for the regions. Okay, reset region. Okay, now we go back. Oh, it's... Is it changing automatically now? Yeah, okay. The AP is now changing the pop tracker. But it wasn't before. Sorry, when you said it wasn't working before, was it just the vanilla game that wasn't working, or is it a randomizer? I had to rejoin the Discord, then I had to find the Discord. Oh no. Let's try this again.
Maybe.
All right. Interact with this button right here. Okay, when it opens, it should, it should have a thingy in it. Oh no, the thingy is in number 3, yeah. So this is number 3. We're gonna take this. Failed some of the earlier funnel, what was failing with it? Shark Stopper? Okay. So we grab this now. Take this. We're putting this here. And then we're interacting with this. grabbing this sphere. I'm assuming, I don't think I've ever gotten this sphere. So my issue here was that I pushed this block all the way. This is a cutscene, that portion of it. So I can't actually I can't change that. Okay, so we're going back here. And I believe this is the sphere that I need to take sphere from here. And I have to place the sphere in the wall that I just grabbed this from. You think Rod of Wisdom? Well, it's a far plane shadow. Ahoy, Saku, I can't sleep once again. My question about this game is if the amount you have to force your laughter is randomized or not. There's no laughter in this game. It's all serious business all the time.
Hey, over here.
I'm coming. All right. Yeah, we'll just keep the names vanilla for now. That way it's easier to tell.
Stay away from the summoner.
Okay, calm your undies down, lady. Yeah, I think I'm ready for bed.
Good. Sleep tight.
Where's that boat?
What's the veil for? Covering your face, duh. Yeah. Stay away from the summoner. Save. New save data just for fun because I don't know. I think there's an event for here that gives me 2 items.
Hey, sleepyhead. Something I want to give you.
Whoa! You're giving this to me?
Yeah, use it well.
That's the sword you gave Chapu.
Well, he never used it. Where's Yuna?
We're taking the same boat as Yuna, right? Why do we gotta wait here?
Yuna came to this village 10 years ago, when the last calm started.
The calm?
Since then, she's been like a little sister to me and Lulu. But she has
Stay away from the summoner is a meme in every Final Fantasy X streamer's channel.
Today,
It's just such a funny thing.
This is our journey. We should leave together.
Aeon customizations are randomized. That has interesting potential. What do you mean, Aeon customizations?
Luggage. They're not really my things. They're gifts for the temples we're to visit.
This isn't a vacation, Yuna.
I guess.
Also,
guess
imagine lugging that around. Using your tracker?
Okay, off we go.
Is it? Oh. Listen, I can't see the tracker. I paused the thing so I can move things around. I just got 30 maps. Yeah, let me just make sure that there's nothing left in here. Still laugh every time I hear, stay away from the summoner. Yeah, it's quite goofy.
Here comes one now. Hey, why don't you try out that sword I gave you?
No problem.
Not too shabby. You kept up with him pretty well. Might make a good guardian someday. A fine. My kind of customer.
Oh, no. It's just so funny. How am I gonna hit you? Ah, yes. Are you weak to fire? Yes. Oh, I got hit with darkness? Rude. Seymour has crazy vocal range. Why does Seymour sound like Bender? Seymour is the true protagonist of the game. Seymour is getting levels. Yeah, well, Seymour wasn't participating in anything before because he wasn't able to swim. And yes, I think that Final Fantasy X-2 is less jarring when you consider what happens in this game, right? So Yuna's whole life, she is brought up with like you're sacrificing yourself for this. You're going on this journey, and along the way, like constantly things are not really like all of the stuff that she's been told for her whole life has been a lie. And then she loses her purpose when she defeats Sin, just like the rest of civilization. No longer has to worry about Sin and no longer has like any idea on how to live normally. So also, when did I get Waka?
Only magic can beat that thing. If you can't beat him down, you gotta use magic.
The world betrayed her so many times.
Element?
Yuna's being raised like cattle for slaughter. And so like her whole life she hasn't been able to really live, right? While Final Fantasy X is all about, you know, the cycle and everything else, Final Fantasy X-2 is like after the fact. What do you do after when you're like, you know, it's her story. Like in this game, right? Tidus is like, this is my story. But in here, in Final Fantasy X-2, it's Yuna's story because Yuna finally gets to live her life the way she wants to without being pressured to keep things in check because of, you know, what she's expected to do, the fact that she's a summoner and that she's an icon and blah, 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 blah. So, like, there's a whole lot of things that would change, and you have to remember that she's still a teenager, right? She has no idea who she is yet. She's still a child, basically. I want to make sure I save. So where am I going? This way? Yes. Okay. I think there's a cutscene here that we probably skip. Excuse me. Black magic. Are you weak to anything? Immune to sensors. Okay. Well, heck. I guess let's just go for Thundara, sorry. Okay. Well, heck, Kamari, I guess. If you watch the cutscene thing that takes place between Final Fantasy X and X-2, you get to see the moment she goes from trying to be the proper High Summoner Yuna, living for the people, to heck that I can't stand it anymore, I'm gonna do my own thing. Yeah, they have like, there is a cutscene. I'm trying to remember what it came out on. I don't know if it came out on 10. I don't think it did. I think that there was a separate cutscene that came out, but I don't remember what it was actually a part of, where Riku comes to her with the you know, the sphere, right? The sphere that has the image on it that makes her go on her journey, and she dips, she leaves, she doesn't even tell anybody that she's going. She's like, that's it, I'm going. It's in the 100% on this edition of Final Fantasy X. Ah, okay. But yeah. There's a chest up there. How do I get up there? Kilika and... what is that? Can we get up here? There's a chest up there. Hang on, there might be instructions. Oh no, it's a tutorial event. Never mind, there's a tutorial event here. It's the one for Valefor. Is it last mission? No, last mission is after final. Yeah, Rashkavar's got that correct.
A flyer. That's your department, right?
True. But, why don't we let our summoner show us what she's made of?
LB to switch to Yuna.
Your first real battle. Let's see some style.
Show us what your training has taught you, Yuna.
Why is her hand purple like that? I don't think it's supposed to be. Summon Valefor. Oh, her ring. Ah. Yeah, that chest isn't showing up on the tracker at all either, so it might be related to something else. I don't know. Are you weak to thunder? Oh, you just... So delay your turn, and then black magic will just hit you with thunder. I don't remember if my attack is very good. Ooh, you actually hit me back with that. Okay, I'm just gonna see what my attack does. Yeah, I mean, it's a possibility that it hits with darkness, but I don't think it did. Delay your turn. Be pretty funny if Anima just showed up instead. I mean, we don't even have Yuna in the party, but because of this tutorial event existing, we get technically Yuna for a minute. Okay. We cannot use that. Well, I believe that might be because we technically aren't supposed to have access to Valefor. So maybe we should avoid using the Veil 4's abilities in order to, yeah. So let's not do that again. The game crashed. If you haven't figured that out, I don't know what you can see or cannot see, but yeah. Yo, thank you so much for the follow. Tried to skip a summon cutscene and crashed, I assumed? Maybe. What made it crash? I don't know. I suspect it's the cutscene skipper that was the problem. It was the overdrive that I used that may have caused it. I don't know if it was the cutscene skipper that was the issue, or if it was the fact that I shouldn't have access to Veil 4 yet and was trying to use its overdrive that caused it to crash. But yes, I currently do not know what it was that caused the issue. Okay. We have now connected. I believe, do you see the game? It auto-saves, I think. Maybe? I might have to face Kimari again. Here we go again. Round 2. We got the hunter sword. Items. Hang on. Let's look at our equipment. So longsword versus hunter. Yeah, all of our characters should have that. I don't actually know if any of these change its attack. Oh, defense. Let's increase our defense. No AP? Ugh. We can level up, but I can't go down. Oh, can I not? Wait, is it automatically putting spheres in here? Hang on. What's happening? Ah! Okay. So if I like move here, will it? Oh my god. I see. Someone said the sphere, yeah, Zithris had said, wait, was it Zithris who said? That the sphere grid was sped up? Yeah, okay. Okay, if I move here, then I move here. So we have haste, strength increase, MP. Wait, is that MP? Yeah. and extract speed and accuracy, agility, flee, strength, defense, cheer. Yeah. Okay, I'm going back to save because I don't want to lose my progress after that. You move instantly and it auto inserts spheres. It's really nice. Yeah. Okay, I really like that. All right, let's go, let's go, let's go. So this time, less cutscene, more beat up the enemy. Yeah, this is on Archipelago, Zello.
A flyer. That's your department, right?
True, but
I love Final Fantasy X. See, this is why I wanted to show it off, because I love Final Fantasy X as well. And so I really wanted to be able to,
your first real,
you know, show people that this exists. I don't remember if I opened, yeah, I did. I must have opened Cutscene Skipper. It's actually really fast, Zello, because you don't have any cutscenes. Okay, hopefully this puts darkness on. Nope. Okay, rude. No. Black magic thunder. Thunder. Na 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 na. So if we don't use the overdrive and it crashes again, then we know that it's because of Veil 4 in general, but I don't think that, yeah, I don't actually know what the issue is fully. But we'll see. We'll find out if this crashes it. We did just save, so it's not going to be too big of a problem. We're running low on MP. So we're at overdrive point. I'm going to try to kill this guy without using my overdrive. Yeah, it seems like it didn't crash. So we have Yuna that just got a bunch of levels, but she's not even in my party. So oh, do I just wait? Are they the ones that I got? Hang on, what? Formation. I don't know what everybody's sphere level is. Okay. Hey, X10 power! Okay, now we don't have Waka or any of them again, so yeah, I'm not. Oh, 27, come on! Are you for real? I got an eye poker? Okay, everybody's gone again. Okay, it might just be like It might just be that the party window is messed up after that cutscene until you get into another encounter. All right, black magic. We need thunder on this guy. Yeah, overkill is right. Riku can hit this guy or not. Bye-bye, doggo. I don't know why I just tried to attack with Seymour. Well, never mind. The bird's dead. Did somebody just gain 11 levels? I would really like to I can't interact with him at all. I can't interact with Seymour's sphere grid. I'm assuming that's because he doesn't have a sphere grid, but also let's take a look and see Riku's weapon. Dark Touch. Why is... Oh, because Riku's health is really low. I just didn't even notice that. Whoops. I need potions. Ah, what could possibly go wrong? I keep forgetting I can't just hit A. Excuse me, we're going this way. I did get a stack of high potions, but I don't want to be using high potions right now. What? Come back here. Do I have to wait for them to get all on the ship? Hello. Yep. I'll give this to Yuna. The Phantom Ring 2. Armor for Yuna. This is open world. Yeah, kind of. A gift from the temple. Progressive World Champion. Is that a ball? Is there any more characters over here somewhere? Because I'm still missing characters that have stuff for me. Why are the ultimate weapons progressive? Because in the vanilla game, they're progressive. You have to do like some other stuff to unlock them. There is at least 2 characters we have not gotten stuff from. Okay. Rename cards, 40 of them. Come on, there has to be somebody. Oh, there we go. Here, take this. Daddy says this is an offering. Blessed gem times 80. There we go. That's it. Now Visaid's done. You can rename yourself 40 times. Oops. Like, Seymour has sphere levels, but maybe it's just automatically leveling him up. I don't know. So now I wonder how the boat works if you don't have access to Kilika yet. I'm assuming you just get locked out? I don't know. Or maybe you just get hit by Sin and get thrown into the airship. Is there a way to sort? Ah, here we go. So, fire damage, mana sphere. Wow, we have a whole lot of spheres already. Oh, renames an Aeon. What? Some of these things, like the way that it's positioned on the screen, is interesting. Is there something here? What is this green dot? Oh, it's nothing. All right. How do I go downstairs? Is this downstairs? No. No. Oh gosh. There's a chest in here somewhere. Maybe? Go take a nap. Wow. Rude. Jack shot? No, 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 no. There's a chest that I need before I do anything else. But it says that it's in a cabin, so that means it's like not on this floor. Waka. Please. Oh, somehow I just didn't notice the giant staircase downstairs. Somehow. Excuse me. Aha, there you are. Attribute sphere. Or attribute sphere? Chocobos! Do 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 do. Another primer. Elves are made to see. Seymour getting sphere levels is probably just part of the code for being a playable character. Yeah, but he's getting abilities because I don't think we started off with Thundara, but we have it now. So I'm wondering if he's automatic, like if it's automatically doing a sphere grid for him. He comes with second level spells in vanilla. Oh, maybe. Oh, his normal character starts off with Thundara. I should save. I mean, the ability, you have the ability to refresh an area, Mernco. So even if there is a missable chest, you can refresh the zone if you've passed it and you haven't been able to complete it. Cutscene. 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 what's going on. What is in my eyes? Oh, it's these enemies? Goodbye. I was hoping that might be an overkill, but it's not. Black magic, thunder, boss. Oh, I should have done Thundara. Ha! Goodbye. Are we gonna get more? Yeah. This would have been really rough if we didn't have a magic caster.
What? We hit the fin first?
Oh my gosh, please, we're tutorialing? Excuse me. This guy's dying right here. Yeah. I got Levitine? Levitine? I'm probably botching that completely. Oh, hey, we're back underwater again. I wonder what I can steal from you. Okay, well, that was worthless. Okay, be slow. Ah! Can I use... damage and sleep? I probably can't use that. A bomb core, though. Damages an enemy? Well, I guess the boss is dead. Honestly, I was not expecting that. I'm not gonna lie. Aha! Holy, just holy that guy to death. I didn't realize that was what that was. I did not realize that. I don't know that I opened the cutscene skipper. Maybe I didn't. No, you can't. You can't skip cutscenes in Final Fantasy X Remaster, so we're watching this all the way through. There does seem to be an awful lot of scenes now for what was previously stated as cutscenes are not here. Yeah, that's my fault because I don't think that I opened the cutscene skipper. Yeah, see, once it does the cutscene, like if you once it goes through here, it'll just put you here. I'm opening the cutscene skipper again. All right. Yeah. So we have a lot more places to go now. Oh, no. Yeah. Like a lot. We've done this one as much as we can. We've done this one. Luca is our next. We don't actually have access to Kilika. So we could do that. There's also Moonflow. Let's go straight to the latest one in the list and just see what we can do here. Fire, 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 fire. Okay. Yeah, see, he's a lot stronger. Do you get customized as an option with Riku, or is that a findable item? What do you mean? Equipment customization or her overdrive? I don't think that it's I haven't seen any kind of customization except for what's built in. Hopefully his poison goes away after this. He's not dead. Ooh. Don't die. It's bad for your health. Oh, this may not be good. So somebody had asked earlier if it was possible to like that the enemies were scaled to your level. Rude? Well, now you're no longer confused. We're just gonna constantly miss you and die. Game over. See, that was for science. I just wanted to see what would happen. And now I found out what would happen. Oh, heck. We just need to run away from everything. Flee, 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 flee. Can I not flee? Okay. Please die. That's not dying. There's other enemies here? I didn't even see the dog. Oh god, he's poisoned again. $117? Yeah, you're dead. What? Oh my god. Ah! Oh my god, I thought he jumped away and dodged. I was so mad for a minute. You don't even have any health. Okay, yeah. That was a mess. But we're about to level up a whole lot. You got items for capturing those fiends too? Oh, did I? Thank goodness we have money. I need health. Not that bad. I guess we just move here. Oh. Okay. Well, now we can use, yeah. Do you have spears that can be put in the empty ones? No. I don't believe so. Otherwise it would do it, I believe. Like, I'm pretty sure it would do it automatically. All right, now we can use our high potion. How would it know to put what's feared? I'm assuming it would give you the option. Petrify grenades, okay. I would like for Seymour to stop with whatever this is. Okay, Blizzard. Oh, he's okay. He's gonna die. Well, so is that one. Item high potion on Seymour. Attack. Occasionally counters with pollen. Oh. Here you go. You cheer them on. All right. Steel. A silence grenade. I just have to hope that I do 500 damage, which I don't think I can. Yeah, that was what I was worried about. Okay, well, I mean, benefit is that it didn't actually hit Seymour. Yikes. I'm wondering what... Oh, because she's got an ability on her weapon that, like, silences or something like that. Oh, that's convenient. I'm not even gonna use my strong spell. You're just dead. Yo, thank you so much for the follow. Getting stuff for capturing. I didn't even notice that I'm getting eye drops, remedies, X potions, all that stuff for capturing the fiends. I need to be careful because I can't actually use Seymour and get stuff in yeah. There's a chest there. Oh no, it's you again. Special use bombs. Wait, what's a grenade? No, that's a AoE. There's like a combine option that I'm gonna need to get for her. My poor weapon. I probably need to look at the actual weapons and stuff and see. Seymour's really pulling his weight without having access to the sphere grid. Should be in vanilla. He's supposed to be pretty OP in an area only a couple places before this area, which might be relevant. I'm wondering if like he is really strong in the beginning. You know, like in Final Fantasy IV Free Enterprise, there's like a character that is really strong in the beginning, but like after a specific point, he kind of like. I'm wondering if that's what's gonna happen here. Is like getting Seymour at the start might be a really good thing, but afterwards he might just suck in comparison to the other characters.
Get out of here!
Oh man, not again. Ugh, I knew that was gonna happen. Excuse you? Do you mind? Hello? I need darkness removed. Oh, here we go. This will be good.
See ya!
Oh, is her overdrive the one that's combined? For some reason, I thought that was just an ability. Oh, poison claw! Look at that! We got another strength. Nice. Poison touch. Pretty good. Equip Titus with strength. Okay. Longsword has nothing. I kind of want the additional strength. If I can. I also... How is your health? Eh. Not amazing, but I don't want to have to keep using my high potions. I do have X potions, but I don't know, like, I have no idea how likely... What is this, map? I have 60 maps? What? Oh, her overdrive is mixed. Wait, you can... Hang on. You could give your Poison Claw Petrification Touch too? How? With an item in here? Customize? Where's customize? Oh, wait, up here or down here? Poison Claw, add... Ah! That's what the Petrify grenades are for. Alright, we got the Hurricane Claw, which I think you've got equipped now, right? Yeah. Seymour, please. I'm gonna need you. Wow, you've got a lot of magic. Overkill! I think this is our first time capturing the Snowflan. Piercing weapons, resistant to magic. Okay. Rude. Yeah, I don't think I need to use the strongest spell. Oh wait, I do. Never mind. Oh, nice, a high potion. Perfect. All right, goodbye. Overkill. Overkill, I think, gives me additional EXP or AP. So allowing me to get additional AP and stuff is nice. And more drops, yeah. So I got more X potions. Oh, I got a new region. Macalania. This is a problem. I guess we can just use this. Fire. Keep on using abilities so I can make my characters go more often. Basic attacks with Riku does have a chance to petrify, but I'm not going to use them on this guy because he is a bit OP. And probably... Okay, bomb core on you, and then I need to heal Seymour. Oh, never mind. Alright, next fight, we need to heal Seymour. We should probably, ooh, Dauntless. That looks like a equip for Titus. Fire Ward? Ooh, Sleep Ward would, actually, why? Oh, because I need the defense. 5% defense or Sleep Ward. I don't know, maybe I'm gonna go with Sleep Ward because I don't want my characters dying here. Okay, I see what I need to do. So now we have a lot more health. Riku's going this way and then this way. And it doesn't look like we can go any other way, so we're just going to continue along this way. If you move to a location, then say no, does it keep the grid filled out? No, it doesn't. Oh no. Raises the party's luck? How about instead I just for curiosity's sakes. Not bad! And only Riku seems to level up because the others didn't even get the chance to fight. Well, we did capture a new fiend, which is good. We got a bunch of junk.
Fight, fight, fight.
Fight, fight, fight. Excuse me, I need to heal Seymour. I'm pretty sure that you are, oh, no. That you were a problem last time. I wonder if you get a reward for capturing 10 of each of the enemies? Or if it's just like the first time you capture the enemies.
See ya.
Goodbye! Is the monster arena? It can be, but we haven't not. I haven't not shuffled. Yikes! I think that I skipped a chest. but I'm not sure. Monster Arena shuffled would be rough. I'm not sure how rough it would be. Oh, he's poisoned. Well, that's nice. I'm not even gonna attempt to deal with that guy. What kind of randomizer is this? This is Final Fantasy X. I do want to interact with Seymour's grid. I wonder if maybe Seymour gets a grid after... Are you... Where is this chest? Maybe it's here. Ah, here it is. Can I please? What is that? A blizzard? Blizzard? No. Wait, what? Why am I struggling to pick the bird thing? Wait, it's weak to blizzard, but it looks like a blizzard. Okay. Rude. I don't see, the problem is I don't actually know how much HP. Oh, there we go. Okay, so Titus is halfway. View an enemy's data. Oh, you can nullify. Interesting. Goodbye. The 1 HP petrify. Listen, we still got stuff, so I'm happy. Oh my god, we got a progressive Masamune. I just want to see if there's any other weapons. Oh, Berserk Lord. Yes, we finally have another weapon for Riku, or another. Okay, we should probably actually use our high potion. So we can't deal with Belgamine because of the fact that we don't have Yuna. Goodbye. Oh. Oh, that was more than its HP. Okay. You want to test that after you save for science? Yeah, I mean, the save point is a fair ways away, so I'm not going to be saving for a while, and I'm not sure how long it's going to be before I can get back here. Should be one zone after. Should be 2. It says on the map that it's way more than that. Keep on going. Well, there we go. as many options are available for Zelda OOT, I can only imagine the plethora of options available just from what I've seen from this alone. There is a lot of options, but this is still a brand new randomizer, so you know, keep that in mind, right? Am I silly? How am I skipping? Oh, here we go. We got 70 candles of life. Oh gosh, you again. Why are you always here? I would like your magic to go up. Delay the actions of an enemy. Delay attack. Okay, good, good. Special, you can use a bomb core. Black magic. Fire. Special, use bomb core. I'm gonna run out of bomb cores before we get through this area.
See ya.
Sphere grid again. Move. Heck, no. I didn't see that. Oh wait, no, that's, yeah, no. That was correct, because I can't get to the ones past the level 1 sphere here. Move to there? Yes, please. So we're doing pretty good on our stats and everything else. We're leveling up really quickly because we're in a higher level area than we should normally be. Rude? Rude? Can you... Why are you attacking me so quickly off the bat now? Seymour has 666 health. No, my starting character will always be Titus. At least for now. Overkill! Now we're starting to get overkills as Titus.
Too easy.
So that's good. I love how we were just like a tiny little bit from, yeah, leveling up here. There's a whole lot of not skipping cutscenes that I'm seeing.
Whoa.
And I can't tell why, because I've got the cutscene skipper open.
This is the Moonflow. These are moon lilies.
There might be like, I wonder if it doesn't skip in engine cutscenes.
Clouds of fireflies gather here when night falls.
Maybe. There might be like an option or something else that we have to select or something.
Really?
We're not waiting.
Oh yeah, because I can press the A button to skip the dialogue at least. Also, I don't know if I've said hi to Parse and Strangely and Wash and Carl and Eden. Welcome. Oh, this is the awkward moment that they're being awkward about things that people don't know about yet. Button, 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 button. Any day now, any day, any day. Also, why is it called moon?
Hey, we
Oh,
better
because it's
hurry up.
moon flow. Okay. I just got here, to be fair. That's fair. I just want to skip this cutscene. Oh, hey. Strength spheres. Nice. Oh, Waka.
Waka.
Got any weapons? Man, I'm still broke. Can we get the... Alright, developers of Final Fantasy X Archipelago Randomizer. My suggestion for things to add is a gil doubler or tripler or quadrupler. Maybe get the same way that you have the AP, like the ability points. If you can just add a thingy dial to that to like turn it between like 1 and 10. That would be amazing. So I can buy all the things. Magic defense, regular defense. Oh, look at this mithril ring though. Wait, a fire and an ice strike? Interesting. Because it's double edged? I get it. Okay, maybe. What if we sell? Oh, wait. The abilities equipped are the ones on our current weapon. Oh. Hang on. What do we got for a ball? Is that it? Oh, yeah, except for... If we get Waka... I think a mithril ring is good, though. Heck! That's for Yuna. I don't have Yuna yet. If guild multiplier was added, I could also see a Yojimbo restriction to be added as well. Whereas I have no attention span, I completely forgot whether or not you said hi to me. I'm so sorry. Can I just find one single... Oh, thank goodness. Yes. Oh, wow. Okay. Maybe we start dipping into the dark matter. Okay. Are you who I need to talk to? Are you who I need to talk to? Oh, I do, in fact, have fine taste. Ah, thank you for noticing. Buy from me. You won't have any problems down the line. Got any items? A regular potion? What? We don't need regular potions. We need high potions.
Let the driver know when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready. I want to talk to you, but you talk forever, so sorry, but we're not talking to you yet.
Ride the shoe puff?
Ride the shoe puff? Yes.
Shoe puff's way. Ride the...
Oh. I did not, in fact, select yes. Yo, have a good night, Kippa. We are fighting.
Luna, we'll save you.
I love the underwater filter. At least we have Titus and Riku for this. Oh, you know what? I never thought about the fact that this is probably a tough boss, considering where we are. I see. Special use. What if we just use this? Well, Riku's gonna level up quite a bit. I may not have leveled up Titus. I maybe should have, I maybe should have thought about potentially hitting once with Titus. What's the restart button again? I just saved, so I think it'll be fine. There was somebody who said that there was a restart in this version. Oh, it was not a good idea. I don't know for this version. No, it didn't. I just tried that. Oh, never mind. It does. I guess it just didn't, because I was still in the menu? Question mark? I don't know. Here we go. We're back again. Hello. How's it going? Oh god, not you again.
Right.
Yes, we're gonna ride the shoe puff, please. Okay.
Luna, we'll save you.
Progressive jet sphere? Is that a ball? Or is that a... like, it's not a eject shot. But I feel like that shouldn't be... steal. Let's steal from you first. Oh. Skill. Delay attack. Yes. So if I delay the attack, and then Riku goes, now... yeah. Oh, for Auron's overdrives. Ah. See, it's been a while since I played this. There we go. Much better. Okay. So let's go to sphere grid. Move. Sphere grid. I can use a different button to like just transfer to a different Oh, we do have the ability to change things. Ah. Okay, well, I mean, I'm just gonna do that for Titus. Oh my goodness. I didn't realize I had, Luck Sphere. Attribute. Activates attribute node already used by an ally. Strength Sphere. Yes. See, the thing is, I'm not even sure that it really matters that, like, I'm not really sure that it really matters what we need for the other characters, because I feel like we're just gonna be OP by the end anyways, so I don't know that I really need to add, added spheres are always the highest level of aversion node, or am I crazy? I mean, I am definitely. Well, I don't know that I'd say OP. I'm OP for this, I'm not OP for this region. I'm OP for a lot of the regions I haven't been to yet, though. I have to use mouse to save there. All right, where am I? I'm not sure. Poison fangs. There's something here that I skipped. But where is it? Huh? There is an item somewhere. Hey Jack, how you doing? There's an Albed primer that I'm trying. Oh, I have to press the button. Okay. Found it. Never mind. Oh. Wait, what? I thought there was more to Moonflow, but I guess that's not Moonflow? Why does it say there's more there?
Yeehaw! Here we go!
Where am I? Oh, hey, look, there's the thing on the ground. I just got... I just got Calmlands. Is that it? Where am I? Oh, it's another Ject Sphere? Cutscene Skipper makes them Ject Spheres fast? Yeah. I'm trying to get to the east side. Is this the east side or the west side?
Rides. Shoot.
Oh my god.
On.
I think, yeah. North Bank. Yeah, that's where I need to go. Yes. Is this something side? Is this the something side? I always called them north and south because it was easier. It says the, oh, okay. I see. I see. Oh, wait, no, it's telling me that there is a item here. Before Guadosalom. Which should still be this way. Oh, it just kicked me out instead of putting me on this path. I see.
Ooh, a treasure chest.
This also should have a reward, but the reward isn't popping, or the reward says it's already collected. Also, hey, Riku looks like her other outfit now. Rude.
You should know, I'm scary when I get mad. I'm gonna use that item I just got on you. You'll be sorry.
Riku's Overdrive Mix allows her to combine 2 items in stock and create various special effects. The results are unknown until the items are actually mixed. Try mixing 2 bomb cores you just found.
What did you just do?
That was great!
Yo!
Combine items and use them like this. It's not that tough, really.
Yeah, I got the calm lens from picking up the Ject Sphere. I have no idea how, but yeah. The Summoner Soul? What is that? I don't see anything on here for that. To status or stats or ability for Aeons. A cutie patootie. Oh, Riku? Yeah. I see the chest. Oh, special? Steel? Yes. A dragon scale. Black magic. Blizzara. I wish I could just like use it on everybody instead of just one character. Overkill. Wow. Soul High Potion. Black Magic. Blizzara. Do 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 do. I want to say the last one to do that was 9, but I haven't played enough of 12 to 13. I haven't played any of 12. Wow, are we gonna get chests with every chance? I love how it's like the chest can't be captured. As you all know, we here at Sakura Tsubasa's Blossom Company love big chests. It's true. Actual facts. They got the goods. I have faith. I believe you can capture the chest if you try hard enough. I'll do my best. For you, Parse. Progressive mirror? Hello? Some of these things, I'm like, huh? What is this? Mega potion? We'll just continue to get overpowered. Well, I'm glad that I overkilled them with a basic attack. We're also done in this area. There's nothing else available except for the unit check. So this is Guadosalam, except for we aren't actually able to go there. Guadosalam? There we go. I'm assuming this is like a place that we get thrown into. What happens if we try to go in there? Other regions must be accessed from the airship menu. Okay. That's what I was wondering if it would do, but I wasn't 100% positive. Let's see what the algorithm has brought me today. I told it to give me small indie streamers. Ah, thank you, RoboKitty. How are you doing? Luca, I'm thinking I want to go to Luca.
Yeehaw! Here we go.
So we have Luca, Mushroom, High Road, Mushroom? Hello? You know what? I give up. I can't speak. Mihen High Road and Mushroom Rock Road. Thanks for asking. You know, I'm glad to hear. Well, welcome. Yeah, thank you so much, Murnko. So we're on the ship. And I'm trying to keep track of where I am versus where the map is. I'm still really new to this rando, so I'm trying to use the map as heavily as I can so I don't miss anything. Is there a way to like see the map? No. I don't think there's anything over here. Is there anything on the ship? No. Okay, let's go this way. Cutscene. Oh no. Oh no. No, I did not want to be in the tutorial for the blitz balls. Let's keep on looking. How about I just not be in here for a minute? All right, now where I'm at. Oh, now I see where I am. Okay. I figured it out. When I grow up, I want to be a blitzball. Is it gonna make you play blitzball? I hope not. I'm not very good. I can't see. Can I look out the window? Ooh, magic spheres. I just want to wish the goers luck, but security won't let me in. I can understand. I'm trying to find the primer that's somewhere in this room. But apparently I can't see. Oh, there it is. Don't know the thunder planes. In before something important locked behind Blitzball. Shh, we don't talk about Blitzball here. It's cursed. I'm so bad at it. Hey, you sell things.
Stadium are closed on a tournament, but I'm always open for business.
Thank you, Owaka. Got any items? Oh.
People here so into the gotta love blitz.
No. Chest. Oh, we got armor for Yuna. A level 4, oh my gosh. Level 4 key spheres. You spent over 100 hours in Blitzball and Waka Sigil never spawned. Oof. They should hire me for a remake of Blitzball. I have so many criticisms of how they did it the first time. Wait, remake Blitzball? Is there a game that's just called Blitzball? Silver hourglass again. Do. We don't care about over there. I remember when many people were asking for Blitzball in Final Fantasy XIV that Yoshi P had to tell them no. Why did he have to tell them no? Like no temporarily or just no permanently or no that there's just no possibility or... Ah, okay. There's a secret path. Oh, look at that! 2 chests! Oh my gosh. Sleeping powder. Oh no. Xanarkin ruins! Oh no! That's the endgame area. Second rule game is now renamed to Drone Ball. No! Nobody's allowed to drown. Dying is banned. People still ask him for it. Yoshi P just knows his team can't do it. Honestly, a Blitzball game would slap. It's fun. If they remade Blitzball as a standalone game, sorry, that's what I was trying to imply, but I wrote it weird. See how the Fall Guys crossover went? Wait, what happened with the Fall Guys crossover? Save, 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 save. What was that, auto modded? Oh, I can't see the auto mod, so I don't. I have. Oh, hey, Yuna, how's it going? Nice to see you in my party. I haven't seen you in a long time. Actually, I don't want to go through all that mess. So, because I think when we go into that room, Yuna gets kidnapped. So, wait, where am I? Am I? Yeah, no. This is not where I wanted to go. I'm confused. We're supposed to go this way. Hi, Blocket. It was garbage because just like everything else in the game, there's a half a second, a full second delay before anything is registered. It doesn't play like Fall Guys. It's more of like dodging a raid, boss's AoE based on cues as opposed to actual physics. That and people cheat at the Fall Guys crossover, so there's always fun too. So that's always fun too. It's fine if you live in Japan and have Japan's ping as far as snapshotting, but also is botted, cheated to heck? Oh, that's not good at all. Yes! Oh my god, more bomb cores! Oh, here I was getting worried that we were gonna end up running out. But nope, we're good. We're gonna ignore that because we don't want to start that yet. Ha 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 ha. For some reason, I vaguely remember this being like a cutscene place. But I don't know why. Where am I? I can't see. Oh! Aha! No! No! I saw it on the ground. Oh, Murnko, you should definitely give this rando a try. It is a lot of fun. We found my Arctic winds. We got 90 of them. Who needs a cold, like not a cold, like not like I'm giving you the flu kind of cold, but I mean like who wants a cold breeze? Who wants an Arctic wind? Oh yeah, I love being sick. No, that's not what I meant. No, I'm not trying to make you sick. Oh my gosh. Boo. That's not what I meant, you know it. I need neither a cold sickness or a cold breeze. Thanks though. Darn. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I don't think I need to, well, so I think I have to go through the story triggers in order to unlock more of the region. Right? Like it's locked until we go through these cutscenes. So Yuna's now been kidnapped. Do you think I'm gonna have to play Blitzball? I hope not, because if I do, I'm going to be in big trouble. Yuna once again kidnapped while not even actually being there.
Whoa, what are they?
Ancient machina.
They're machina.
They are mostly vulnerable to lightning.
Steel. Can't you like steal parts? Oh no. Heck it. We might as well just use the big magic. I have a sneaking suspicion that these characters may die relatively fast. You can, but these early ones don't have that interaction. That's interesting. Probably because Riku isn't normally here. Wait, did I not get any level? Steel kills Machina. It didn't right there. Yeah. I keep getting into fights with machines. Stole a potion. I do 8 damage short of just killing the thing right out. Ha. I think the guard has a few special versions of enemies they use for certain battles. Okay. Titus. We'll move you up here. Agility and max HP. I keep trying to like use Z target, but that's Zelda, not here. I was hoping that my battle would, I was hoping that the battle would allow me to, what's it called? Sorry, my brain is just not working. I was hoping that by using the sphere grid stuff that it would give me the ability to do more damage, slightly more damage, but alas, that does not look like it is the case. We are still too low level to kill these guys in one hit with Titus. Oh yeah, how was the rest of Ocarina of Time crowd control? I passed out around 3. It was great. There was no issues whatsoever. There was no heckerinos. Yeah, it was perfect. I was seeing some X's in the chat. Are you doubting me? I'm a little bit wondering why defeating the boss for this area seems to be yellow. I'm assuming the reason why it says it's yellow is because my combat logic thinks that I can't do it. But I'm really strong. So I doubt that's the case. I keep just stealing potions. You see a bug? Is it the fact that the crane doesn't exist? Also, welcome in Ark Harker and Brack and Blockit and Bad Road. I appreciate you. Look at Riku in the combat tracker and look at her model. I think it's because this is like previous, right? Oh, because I'm supposed to have Lulu. Yeah, but I have Seymour, so... Oh, there... I don't have the crane. Oh. What do we got? Well, we got 99 of these. Goodbye. You can silence my mage, but I'm not gonna let you win. So we got a weapon for Lulu for that. Yeah. So I might as well just, like, I did lose some because when I got additional ones when I was already full inventory. So I might as well just use them. Otherwise, right, I'm not gonna be able to keep them all. See, I do wish that, like, the Archipelago, once you go through, and I don't know if it doesn't do this, but what I think would be really cool is if the Archipelago saw that you only got a portion of it and so like it just held onto it. So instead of putting it in your inventory right away, it's like, oh, I can't put the whole thing in there. I'm just gonna hold on to it for a bit. And then, you know, let you go from there. Waka! Oh no. Nah. It's gonna be Blitzball. No. I am scared. Do I have to actually fight this? Do I have to win? Wait, I might have missed something in here. I don't know how to swim. Wait, how do I go? Oh, I guess it's just doing it automatically. Oh, okay, hang on. There's no way that this is gonna work at all. I don't know how to play this at all. Like, not even slightly. So, just so you're all prepared, yeah, I was about to say, if I lose, we going? Are we at our goal or are we at their goal? No break. Shoot. Yeah. You're at their goal? Oh, hey, you're a Blitzball? What? Eight. 8 shot, 8 catch. Can we pass to... Oh, shoot. Wait, what? You stole it? I thought that I had more stuff than you. I'm confused. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm so bad at this. There's some randomness involved. Crying. Please, no bully. Don't shoot from here. You have 13 shots? Oh, I'm dead. What? It says I had 5 catch and you have 3 shots. I disagree. I don't know what I'm doing. By the way, I'm just letting it play. I'm gonna pass. Pass to Titus. Go, get it. You got this. Go, Titus. I don't actually know. Yeah. No break? We'll just shoot. Sadness. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. 4, 3. Yeah. Also, hey, Infamous. I'm moving aggressively in a wait, I'm moving in an aggressive manner. What in the actual yuck? You're right there. If you miss, I swear to God. What? Okay, this guy is fired. The one who just passed to the person next to him and somehow missed and sent it the other way? No. There's no way you can get through all 3 of us. Yeah. Pass backwards, you booty. How? Go, Titus. Go. How are they so fast? Why is it always 3 of them? I don't know that I'm gonna make it, but I'm gonna take it anyways. RNGesus, Wow. I don't even understand what's going on. I'm not very good at this.
And it's halftime.
The girls
Well,
are
heck.
just playing great, Baba. Really great.
I was really hoping that I would at least be even with them. Oh, hello? Yeah, your techniques. Yeah, I'm not very smart at this. So you can keep your stuff the way that you want. Yes. Okay, can there... I think there's an event in the locker room. Oh, did I not get to go back to the locker room? Okay, we have 10 pass. So let's pass to Titus. Okay. I had to pass through one, or I guess I probably had to get, yeah. I thought that there was only one character between me and him. You know, this whole thing, I swear to God. Oh my God, my brain would have broken if they got that shot. Go, go, go! Get him! Okay! The entire team showed up, I guess. I don't even think that any of this is gonna work. You know what? We're just gonna shoot because they're gonna catch it anyways. So go, oh my gosh, get back here. Dribble. They're being bullied, or I'm being bullied. Oh, I'm in danger. Keep a level 99 is the funniest thing. Slow as a Ronso. Shoots out of 99. Oh, here we go. So we got, what, where's that? This feels like the fastest 5 minutes. It's at, look at that timer go up. Like, I feel like that's not an accurate representation of how seconds work. This is ridiculous. Why do I keep getting hit by 4 of them all at the same time? Like, no matter what, I can't break through any of them. All the ones with 3 attack are, like, at the bottom. Yeah, I mean, we might as well pass. Goodbye. Blitz time is double time. Titus, please. Come on. What is happening in the background? Oh my God. Did you see that? They're like stuttering. The movements were like I'm dead. Whoa. Wait, did that just save my life? Did I get the cutscene at the moment when they were gonna score? And they didn't score because of it? Are you for real? What? I didn't even know that was possible. Can you nobly 13 shot from halfway across the field? You better not, I swear to God. Oh, anxiety. F1, wait, you can speed up the game? Am I at the goal? Why didn't I shoot? Why did I wait till now? I mean, I'm gonna try, at least. But no. The speed up doesn't work for Blitzball? Oh. I don't know why I just didn't shoot. I feel like I should have just been able to shoot from whatever. Okay, you've got one shot to make this work. Shoot the ball! I don't know what formation. Shoot! Come on! Why can't you just shoot the ball? Ugh. This is so rough. I accidentally, oops, I pressed buttons. Attack. Oh yeah, we don't have Riku anymore because we're in the Blitzball arena. This game's bully makes me do Blitzball. I'm not very good at it though. Okay, well the thing that I wanted to do was not even in logic, so it doesn't matter. At least I hope not. There's an event for the Jupiter Crest location. So I'm pretty sure that I disabled that. I hope. That you can't do until Blitzball anyways? Okay. Am I actually getting rid of... No, they can't be captured. Okay, well that's fine. You know, the music in this game is pretty good. I keep getting all these Sahagins. They better give me some good AP. Especially with all these overkills. But I think you have to, like, win in Blitzball, right, Titus? Jeez, how many Sahagins are... We're gonna be here for days. Just farming Sahagins. Excuse me. Well, at least they keep missing. Excuse me, can you please? Oh my god, there's more. Also, welcome in Air Bomb, and Infamous, and Bad Road, and Wacket, and Brack. Please tell me. That there's no more Sahagins. That was it? That was all the AP I got? Oh my gosh. 34 power spheres though? Oh my god. Sneak. He just phased through the wall. Hopefully this doesn't miss. Rude. Oh, you counter. Okay, let's see what you got. Nothing. I wonder if, like, there's just nothing but potions because you don't get Riku until later. At least Auron's getting some AP for just being involved, even though he's not even in the party. You know, we haven't found Waka, Lulu, Yuna, Kimari, or Auron yet. I'm just gonna go over here real fast and see if there's a way that I can find this random thing that I can't remember. How do? No regrets. If only I'd done better, we could have won. I bet you have to win to get it. Enjoy the lurk. I'm spamming the A button and I'm not getting it. So I don't think that you can just pick it up. I'm pretty sure you have to win. Gotta go to, oh. Mihen. Okay. Okay, so we gotta go to a different area first. What's the check card called? I think it's called Jupiter Crest. We have a lot of... We can just go straight into the Zanarkand ruins. It'll be fine. I'm sure nothing bad will happen whatsoever. We don't even have Yuna. So... I don't even think we can do anything there.
Yeehaw! Here we go!
Spam the dark matters? See, that's what I was wondering, but I apparently there's nothing I can even get inside of Zanarkand. So... Please give this to the summoner. More Arctic winds? Oh my goodness.
Huh. That one looks slow.
It's also tough. Let me handle this.
No way! I can take it! Ha!
Darn, I really hoped that I would just kill it in one shot because that would be really funny, but I was 22 HP away.
Told ya, Sir Auron's the best.
I could have done that.
I could have done that. Keep on going. I've not been paying attention. Apparently I need to be paying attention to specific characters and enemies. Well, just everything here. Oh, this guy doesn't have any weaknesses. We haven't used water enough. Well, I think you skipped the conversation. Also, Seymour, this rando is nuts to allow that. It's funny because the first time Seymour was in the party, the first time Seymour joined, was during a cutscene in which we would normally meet Riku for the first time. And then Riku, or Titus looks at Seymour and says, "Oh, so you're on our side now?" And it was really funny. It was just perfect. So I skipped a check or two. Yeah, I don't think, actually, what is spare chain? Attack by throwing Gil? Absolutely not. Okay. See more. Personally, I'd rather see less. Overkill! We got a couple of new fiend captures. So 20 holy waters, 80 X potions, and 90 mega elixirs. Okay. Oh, I keep getting armor and weapons for characters. But I'm looking for... Yeah, I don't need... Okay, goodbye. Excuse me. I'm looking for a lady. I think. Oh, you. Wait, are you? No. You're Red Skirt Girl, which I think is exactly who I'm looking for. Thunder! Da 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 da. Seymour is so like confident when he gets his attack animation off. He's just like, eh. Stay away from the summoner. Actually, before we do anything, let's just take a look and see what our weapons are like right now. Water Strike, I don't care. Strength, we're still doing good. What do we had? Sleep Ward, Null Tide, Fire Ward. I don't even think there's anything that... Yeah. We'll go back to having high defense. It's not like it matters. We are not getting hit by anything, really. Honestly, having her on Berserk isn't that bad. Wait, no. Where'd the Red Skirt Girl go? Oh, there you are. Oh, you're a guardian, right? I'd like to give this to you. Oh, goody. SOS Null Frost. Oh, so that's what customization stuff is. So that allows me to equip it on my character. Yes, I was hoping that would happen. Ooh, nice. And we got the overkill. And you, I need fire. Did we already stay away from the summoner? Yes, we did. Stay away from the summoner happens like right at the beginning. Before we even, well, I mean, to be fair, it's random on what places I have unlocked. So we happen to get it at the beginning. But like, we don't even have characters to swap, right? See, like, if you press the sub button or any of these, there's no characters. These are the characters. That's it. We also have Petrify on our weapon, like the chance to get Petrify. So that's why Riku is kind of just annihilating everything. Darn, I was really hoping that that would... Yeah? You know, goodbye. You're just breaking the game with Petrify? I sure am. I really hope that people are enjoying this game so far, because I do plan on like, I do think that it's going to be a really good option for us to have for the multi-worlds that I do. Ooh, nice. Progressive Al-Bed primer.
Hey, I'm a guardian now, so watch out.
Okay. And I love me some Final Fantasy X. I was hoping there'd be a rando for this Saku, since I know it's one of her favorite games and one of the few Final Fantasies I've played. I also like the fact that the rando kind of like doesn't spoil things for you, right? Like if you haven't played the game, you don't... Oh my god! We finally have Yuna! We're gonna need... Yuna's gonna die real often, real fast. Wait, but what happens if... What happens... Oh, no. Do we not have a HP sphere? I guess we might as well use a magic sphere. You could probably use some of those attribute spheres to grab some HP. Yeah. See, my dilemma now is the fact that I think, like, in order to go back and, like, use these ones, I have to get more sphere levels, which is just a pain in the butt. Because I didn't realize that you could do that from the beginning. But like, we have so many of these, we're gonna run out. Attribute sphere should be able to grab any active sphere slot. Also, I'm pretty sure you can use the left and right trigger button. I can. I just keep forgetting. Yuna, ring, water eater, fire eater, lightning eater. I think that allows us to just like take no damage from elemental stuff. Magic defense and defense. Or maybe like I'm just gonna put it on because I'm pretty sure that if we take water attack, fire attack, and lightning attack, that will just heal. SOS overdrive? Okay, it's better than just nothing. Customize the ring? Wait, where is the ring in here? Yeah, this one. Ice ward, ice proof. Is it we're just missing ice eater. Okay, we'll just get ourselves some ice eater and it's fine. Defense plus 20? Hello? What? Oh my goodness. Okay, sure. Alright, hang on. Riku, you're going to attack, this guy. And then we're gonna no. How do I back out? You're gonna use fire, wait. You're just gonna try hitting. And then, oh heck. Then we swap. Oh shoot, no, I need all of them. I mean, I guess we could get rid of... Yeah. Seymour. But Seymour's been doing some mega heavy lifting. Yeah, we may have a few levels for Yuna. Just like a couple. It doesn't look like he does any lifting. Ouch! Attribute spear? Oh, we just pick a random one? Oh, I don't like this. No. We'll just keep using magic defense. Cause I don't know. Oh, you use them on other characters, so she'll get those stats? Oh! Oh, okay. So you can boost her HP by activating some Titus or Riku's. Hello? You can have this. Aeon customization prey. Nice. Let's, here, we'll use a skill and extract a speed thing from this guy. Oh, that's close. Black magic, fire, this guy. Hey, Aldo! Wait, did that not? Oh yeah, we don't have an Aeon.
Shield us from frigid blight.
So I can't even summon anything. The ability ones are useful in the base game because you can give Yuna some offensive magic by grabbing Lulu's. But I don't have Lulu, so I don't have any of her skills leveled up yet. Wait, where am I? I think this is fine. Yeah. Actually, I don't know where I am right now. Oh, I'm at the bottom. Oh! Goodness, I keep getting so many, like, random things. Everybody's so great. They just keep giving me stuff. But now I have too much stuff in my inventory. I can't even grab something from Seymour's sphere because Seymour doesn't have one. Hey! That was rude.
Too easy.
You just keep getting more and more. I keep forgetting that I could just hit the button to pass that. Do we have magic spheres? Oh man. Should be using that. Okay. I think we're doing good. Although I can't tell, like, how deep into the sphere we are for each of the characters. Wait, hang on. Do you have something for me? Oh, more! More stuff! Oh, Yuna went from being like full health to being dead looking because we raised her HP so much that now she's in the yellow. I need to use some Soul Spring. No. I need to use Antarctic Wind. Okay. I just overkilled that enemy with 666 HP.
Aid us.
Wow, that's a pretty high heal for just basic heal already. You know, it's always funny when it's like a flying enemy. Do 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 do. Special use. Let's use some more of those Arctic winds. Overkill. Overkill. Pray. I don't even know if that was good or not.
Get out of here!
I know I still have to level up Titus because there's a fight in Xanarkand that uses Titus, so I can't see. We just unlocked the airship. So now we can explore the airship. You know, I knew that was gonna happen. I guess we'll continue on Unisphere Grid. Continue giving her magic. Can magic miss? In this game? No? I didn't think so, but I wasn't 100% sure. You think death can miss? Okay. I don't think any of these enemies are like new for us, so we can just go. Oh, hey, our capture limit is reached for that one creature. I didn't see I didn't see that I got anything for it either. Well, it got poisoned, but it's dead this turn anyways. Well, hopefully we get something like... Oh, hang on. Do you have something? Nope. Do you have something? Oh, another progressive Albed primer. I'm like trying to look at my... my tracker as I'm walking through here. I'm getting really cold. I think I'm gonna take Seymour out of my party. I know that it feels silly, but I need to like, I need characters that can level up. And I can't. Would that mean he see less? And we've got Riku who's like got some attack stuff that we can just use. Right? Like we've got the bomb cores and stuff. I don't know if her magic or anything affects any of that stuff. Yeah, Riku doesn't do much damage.
Oh yeah.
Nice! Overkill again? Still going. Are you Electro Marble? Wait. That means there's another one. Is it you? Special, we're gonna use another Arctic Wind. Overkill. Titus, attack. We're gonna attack. No, we're not gonna attack Riku. Or Yuna either. No, Blaze.
Shield us from fiery fury.
Oops. Special. Use. I mean, I probably should have just not worried about Null Blaze, but wait, what? Oh, never mind. I lied. I should have. See, it was 100%. I totally knew that was going to happen and that we were going to have a really bad luck on the damage that did. Oh wait, what? There's an Antarctic and an Arctic Wind?
That's it. Take this.
Okay. Do 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 do. Goodbye. You're not, wait, who is this? There's a character here somewhere that I cannot seem to find. You know, every time they get petrified, it makes me laugh. So what do you all think of the Final Fantasy X Rando so far? Is it you? Are you the one?
I will do my best to get myself appointed to a temple as a nun.
No? I'm thinking of trying an X-Multi. I think it's gonna be a good... I think that's gonna be a good time. Okay. I killed them with over their HP and damage. Special use. I wonder if Antarctic wind sucks and Arctic wind is good. Yeah, that's it. It's really cool. Definitely has a few things to work out, but we knew that before we started. Yeah. Antarctic or Arctic wind has bears. Antarctic wind doesn't. Do they what, have penguins then? What's the description? The description of the wind? They're just the same thing. It says deals ice damage to an enemy. Oh, that's what you're saying. Okay. You see the sign? What a gaudy ad. They're way out of line. Okay, but like, where's the person that is supposed to be here?
Oh yeah.
Use bomb core. Okay, and we'll just keep praying. Healing. I don't think anybody actually needs any health, but it's free, I guess. Okay, I kind of want to keep those too. Oh, is it you?
Hey, we saw.
It was.
Hey. This mission requires.
Yes.
We have no time to lose. There's a purple crusader that's freaking out on the west side of this road that I'm supposed to find.
Even though, yep, we still believe.
Thank you, but
We should.
But I don't see them. But maybe this needs to be triggered. How goes the PC recovery effort? Expensive. Are you like, I figured it was this person. It's not good once those guys get going. But I also don't want to get into a fight with 10,000 enemies while trying to find this stuff. What's the goal at? It's not on the screen. Like halfway. Do.
Let's see what this does.
Yeah, this is the PC HD release.
Told ya.
Oh no, your PC has to be recovered. My hard drive has to be recovered. F3 should turn off encounters. Oh my goodness. So far I haven't had any encounters, but I don't know if that's, yeah, a coincidence or not. I wasn't actually tabbed into the game. So maybe not.
Oh yeah.
Okay, we're gonna use the bomb core. And actually, we'll just pray because we took a hit, and I think somebody else did too. Yeah, Riku did. Overkill.
Right.
Okay. There we go. Frequent? No. Let me find the person and then we can turn encounters back on when we come back through the other. Where is the person on the west side of the road? That's supposedly the enemy. Ah, we got 90 far plane shadows. There should be... Wait. There should be some other options in the escape menu, like giving yourself Gil. Oh. Goodness. Eject sphere. No, no, no. No. How do we back out of this? Save, save, save.
This might be the last time we can rest like this.
Oh, so you're saying we should take a nap? Cutscene? Nope. You're a guardian, right? I think this will help. Ooh, white magic spheres. The monitor will teach you how to use it. Have you read the instructions? Yes, I did. Yes, I'm perfectly able to handle the monitor. Okay. I'm just keep saving because I keep getting more stuff, and I know there's a boss battle coming up, but I'm also like not sure. Oh, hey, nice. I'm also not sure that I'm gonna struggle with it. Oh, nice. We got 50 silver hourglass, and we got ice brand for Titus. Oh, now we've got the battle music. Listen to how the music changed. You know stuff's going down now. Oh, you even got the low growl of whatever that bass is. This is oh, I was gonna say this is gonna be it for like Mushroom Rock Road or Mihen High Road, but then I remembered that I think that the other part unlocks once you beat this boss. But I don't know if we have Mushroom Rock Road done, like unlocked. Bam!
Strike now, hard and fast.
Okay. I'm just gonna steal. I don't know what you got. Oh, goody. White magic. I don't know why. I just think it's so goofy when he's waving around with his butt in the air like that. Or his legs in the air. So he's weak to fire. Did he just run away on his butt? On his back? Hello? What? Okay. Wait, I got 2 abilities? Okay. You can't run away while on your back? No, you can't. He keeps sliding backwards on his back. $4,000. Uh-oh. Look, it's our first attack. Special use. Bomb core. Skill. Interesting. I feel like I'm gonna kill him before he falls off the edge, but I don't know if we get like anything for... Oh. Rude? I don't know if we get anything for... Yeah, for like throwing him off the edge. This feels like overkill. Rod of Wisdom! Hey! Somebody was talking about that earlier. Progressive Khalidbalg? That's what we got from that. It's got sensor, but I have it built in. In the OG, if you knock him off the ledge, you get level key spheres. Oh, really? Killing him is the best reward, knocking off is a second, and worst is getting knocked off yourself. Oh. I didn't even know that you could get knocked off. Okay. Where's our save point? Let's grab it, because it should be in here. Because I want to make sure that we're saving. Save often! We gotta get those. We gotta get the ABSs. Always be saving. Because it's dangerous if we don't. Because it's a beta game. Like, we're beta testing. So... All right, so I think this will take us to the other area here. So there is a zone, like I'm gonna have to run through this zone, but it doesn't look like there's any enemies here, which is very odd. Never mind.
All right.
I lied. It would be really cool if we happen to, ooh. It'd be really cool if we happen to, you know, maybe possibly, ooh, ouch, 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 ouch. Got another character like Lulu or any Aeons would be thumbs up. I would really like that. Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother. He's got 6 HP and he can't... I'm not even getting the proc for poison. Oh. Oh wait, yeah, no, we're fine. Okay, there is a chest there. Do I have to get Chocobo? How do I get Chocobo? I don't think we're making very, like, much progress on our... What's it called? The, our sphere levels. So I'm not sure that I think it might be, like, I don't know if I am contemplating turning off the encounter rate.
All right.
Yeah, that's where I was going.
Summoners and guardians.
Hello? Hello? Anyone? Oh, you? Hello, I would like Chocobo. No charge! Let me ride one. This music sounds like oh, that's why. I'm thinking, I was like, man, I recognize this music, but that's because I recognize, what's it called? The mini game. I know it's part of the Low Road road, but the problem is I can't get down there. Oops, I was just spamming the A button. Dream powder. Do. Progressive Albed primer again. So now we go around again. There's got to be a jump somewhere, or I don't know how to do the jump. Get on the chicken, please. How do we get on the jump? How do we get... No. How do we jump? Is there something we have to use? I'm confused. Ah! I just got 3 stars! Yo, nice. That did not give me... That did not give me something marked off on the tracker. So... Oh yeah, it did. Oh, wow. Okay, I see. So I'm looking for the feathers, I guess, on the ground. Mana tonics. Okay, this was the feather. Weird, because I can't get up this way. That's 180 stars total. Why can't we jump?
What are you doing on this road?
Oh, you know.
Yeah, you know.
The high road ends over there. However, we have sealed off the area beyond for the duration of our operation here. You may ask the gate captain up ahead if you need to pass through.
Okay, that's great and all, but I need to go up on top of the ledge because there's stuff I need. I see that chicken feather now, or chocobo feather. Progressive Onion Knight? Ooh, my gosh. Okay. We just got a lot of level 4 key spheres. Like a lot. Now the question is, how am I supposed to get the other chest? Because can't you use key spheres for customization or feed them to summons or something? Yeah, but the problem is I'm not at the point where that is possible right now. Like, I'm too far away. It should be around here, though. North Peak of Bend. I didn't say that they were useless. Where is this chest? I don't really know where this chest is. I thought it was around here. But it doesn't look like it. Maybe there's another one on the ground that I didn't see? Spam the A button. Yeah, I got nothing. There's another feather on the upper road and the second screen with the bridges. Oh. I thought somebody said that it was on the low road. I think even at times 10 AP, some of this extra stuff is going to be really rough to unlock skills for. Oh. Oh, that's a completely different... Okay. Well, we got another new sword. Which I think is Orin's. I think we just leveled up Orin's all the way to max. Orin's weapon. No, I wanted to save. Oh my god. Well, heck.
Yeah, here we go.
I just phased through the door? Okay. Hopefully. Am I crazy? No, open. I'm just spamming the A button on the lockers. Doors are a suggestion. Maybe I haven't loaded in here properly. I don't know. The flag triggers on the last screen of Luca, I guess? The last screen of Luca. Okay. So we have to go through here again. See, the thing is that all we have to do is just follow the red arrow and it'll eventually lead us to cutscene. Ha 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 ha. Well, there we go. There's that cutscene.
Yeehaw! Here we go!
In we go. Ah, we just need to spam the buttons in a weird way. Just do this. Instead of the regular run around, press A. Alright, Luca's done.
Yeehaw! Here we go!
Welcome to Mushroom Rock Road. We're gonna go back. Mr. Seymour, guess you really don't want to leave? Listen, Master Seymour is in my party, okay? I'll have you know that yes. Return sphere, okay. Shining Thorn? Come back. Oh my god, we finally got an Aeon. Oh my goodness. Wow, wow, wow. There we go. Yep, finally got ourselves an Aeon. So we can learn abilities. Darkness, Sleep Buster, Extract Power. Free! This is what it does! Oh my god! This is what it does! This is what the ability customization is that it allows us to do earlier. That makes sense. So now we don't have to worry about any of that stuff. Ah, okay, okay. You got 2 Aeons to go? Nice. Which one's your favorite, Derek? Okay. Do we have anything that's level 4 around here? That's level 2. There's level 4. And that goes to auto life. Yeah, I kind of... Okay, here's what I'm thinking. We're going to use a sphere. And I think we can use a return sphere to return to this one. And then we can go through here. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yeah. Return sphere to return here. And I'm gonna use a level 4 key sphere to unlock this. Shiva. Oh, nice. That's a pretty good one. White magic ability already used by an ally. I guess we'll just keep using magic defense. No, no. And then we're gonna use magic. Just magic spheres the whole way. Move. Can I move here and then use magic spheres? I didn't think anyone but me still plays this game. Really? This is a randomizer, so it's a little different, but it's, yeah. So all of the items in this, all of the spheres and the characters and the items that you find in chests, the items that drop from monsters, they've all been shuffled around. And yeah, it's pretty cool. What do I need to activate this? Raises luck? Why is it? Oh, do I not have a luck sphere? What? I'm confused. Why can't I? No? Oh, there's a red luck and a purple luck sphere? You need the red. Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay, well, we'll use the regular luck sphere, which we can't actually activate. But now that I put the luck sphere, okay. Really? That's silly, but whatever. Wait, what? I can't move? Oh, I don't have enough levels. Okay, 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 that's fine. Oh, you're right. I don't have any more luck spheres. And I'm also out of magic spheres here. Oh, no, no, no. That's mana sphere is fine. Speed sphere is agility, accuracy. Okay. So agility sphere. And then move. I can't. So this is auto life. So I'm assuming that means that when I die or when somebody else dies, but it's that it'll automatically cast, but I'm not sure. Oh, you just got the airship? Oh, nice. That's awesome. I can't, that's after Macalania, right? That there's like the desert section after that, and then you get the airship. You filled everything with full strength HP and MP spheres. Do the nodes automatically activate as you pass through them if you have the right spheres? Yes, that's correct. Use strength sphere. Ooh. Actually, maybe I'll do an accuracy sphere. Yeah. See, I don't know if you can I don't know what the max stat is for accuracy. So I'm scared, I'm worried to like go through and change things and yeah. Do you want to know how auto life works? Yeah. Auto life is a status effect on the game. You cast it on someone and when the target dies, they immediately get hit with the life spell. Ah! Enjoy your lurk, Jack! So we need more power spheres, like strength and stuff. All passage will be denied. Take this and try to stay out of our way. Smoke bombs. Yo. Nice. One of you has an item. I found it. Fun fact, we have found it.
Good day, lad. Sneak past the guards, I did.
Got any items? How about a high potion? No, still don't have high potions.
Be making a fortune with Operation Mayhem prices. But you, lad, you get a discount. I owe you one, eh?
What's our stats? Max stat for everyone, or for everything, is 255 except for HP and MP, which are 99999 and 9999 respectfully, with break limits, or 9999 without. Okay. I guess we're going over here, and there's probably a cutscene after the save point. I don't know if you can see the save. Warp sphere. Oh, we're getting so many spheres and I'm worried about losing them because I'm not sure how far to go into the sphere, but also it would help a lot more if we had more characters. Oh yeah, we still don't have our encounters on. Just a black screen when you save? Oh wow, interesting. Okay, we have Riku that we're going to use. Not lightning marble. I'm gonna use Arctic Wind, which is the stronger one. This guy only has 200 HP, so he's gonna die. And I'm pretty sure that this is gonna be a new... This is gonna be a new enemy. So we're gonna be getting the reward for capturing this enemy for the first time.
Please, fight with us.
Oh, you are weak to fire. Well, he's dead. Oh, we got some power spheres. Still no agility spheres, though. So we got Aeon customization focus, 60 potions, 70 ether, and a rusty sword. rusty sword is even good? Is it something that I can equip? No way. Is it? I don't see. Oh, it must be a key item? Oh yeah, it is. Oh, an old rusty sword. Yo, thank you so much, Shadow, for the follow. Sort of catalyst to get the check for Auron's crystal weapon or celestial weapon. Ah, thank you. Thank you for answering all my questions as well. I know that, oh, wow, we got Jupiter Crest. Okay. That's good. I'm kind of surprised that we found that so quickly. So we got the Mars one and the Jupiter one. Oh wait, hang on. No, we gotta go this way, I think. Oh, it's been a while since we've seen some of these enemies. I knew what I was gonna miss. I don't even know why I didn't just go for the plant guy in the corner, because I should have. Overkill. See, Veilform might have low MP and all that other stuff, but I'm not sure how to get its MP and stuff back until... Oh, you are... I don't know how to get its Veilform's MP back unless I get to a place where I can nap. You need to upgrade to Vel 5. Why keep it missing? You are water. So, let's see. Cast Death. Where is water? Oh, here we go. Dragon Scale. We only have one. Okay. You know, let's see how... Yeah, let's... I was literally just gonna say the same thing. Okay, well... All right. Do we go this way? No. At least we're leveling up, right? We're getting a lot of AP and stuff for Yuna right now.
Let's see what this does.
I do think it's funny that we already know what it does because we've done it already.
Oh yeah.
You know what? We're just gonna pray, and that way we don't get countered. Ooh, our magic though, our like just regular prayer is 300 HP when it was like 100 just a little bit ago. Yes, it is, Shadow. Wow, rude. You know, to be fair, it's been a while. It's been a while since we've been attacked first. So, I'll take it. Yeah? I've been really enjoying it. I think that this is going to become a regular occurrence. Because I really love Final Fantasy X, but I also really love randos. So, yeah. Does this work? Yeah. Is that why Riku's already in the party? Oh, hang on. Before anybody says anything, let me show you one more crazy thing before I answer your question. Another progressive Albed primer. Oh, good. Guess who else we have at the party? Yeah, this is our first trip to this area. But yeah, we have the playable characters are randomized. So that's Yuna, Tidus, Riku, Waka, Lulu, Kimari, Auron, Seymour. But yeah. We're gonna use Veil 4. Alright, so... Thunder! Boom! Nice! Nice! Gosh, it's so nice when things like that work out. Yuna keeps like leveling up like crazy. I wonder, I haven't gotten any luck spheres at all, and I'm wondering how I get them in this. Right? Because, like... Power, mana, speed, and agility. We need red luck fortune spheres? Are they shuffled into the pool? Because we have 2 here, and I really don't feel like coming all the way back to get them again. There's another level 4 right here. Cura. Shell. Oh my god. Probably in the pool, but extremely rare. That would match vanilla behavior. How many warp stones did we get? Warp to any node. No. We're gonna use this to return to this one. And then we're going to use a... I feel like Magic Sphere is just the way to go, but also I want to go faster. And I feel like an Agility Sphere is good. Oh, I can't move anymore. Oh, wait, yeah, I can. Move. No. There. And then we're gonna use the level 4 unlock. Yeah, I am beta testing it. Is that why you just have 4 characters? No, I set the game so that we start with 3 characters, 3 random characters. So the 3 random characters that I had gotten guaranteed in the start were Riku, Tidus, and Seymour. And then I literally just found Yuna like 30 minutes ago, maybe? So yeah. Sorry, I'm still trying to figure out what I want to do here for an item. I feel like I'm just gonna keep throwing things into magic defense, but I don't know. I don't know if that's the right call. I'm gonna be like really strong against regular things, but really weak against actual defense. Yes, move there. I know that I can press the other buttons, but I keep forgetting. Use a power sphere, strength sphere. Alright, cool. I'm curious on how it affects the story, but being an archipelago definitely looks awesome. The story basically doesn't exist in the rando. You have a cutscene skipper that will like skip the cutscenes, and you unlock different regions. So you start with the Fahrenheit, which is the airship, and then you unlock regions by finding them in, like, you start with one region unlocked and that's it. And then you kind of continue from there. You'll find chests, and inside those chests will be a region unlock. Once you complete that story for sequence for that area, it will warp you back to the airship. So they're all little self-contained story sequences in the areas, and there's stuff to prevent you from soft locking. Like, you can do a region reset so that you can like, if you skipped something, for instance, like I messed up and I skipped the destruction sphere in Besaid. So instead of having to go and wait until I come all the way back from, you know, going through the story, I was able to do a region reset, and then I just, yeah, I would start the region area. So is there by chance an end game? Like a post, or are you talking about a goal? Like, my goal to complete the game is to defeat Yevon. Are you Yevon? But yeah. You know, the first time I actually played this, I messed up a fight. I there's a fight where you have to, like, the character will cast some sort of spell on you that will kill you, except for if you're already dead. And I had a zombie character. I had all my characters were accidentally zombies. And yeah, it was quite funny because I didn't mean to be, but I had oopsed and then accidentally got her to the halfway point and triggered the... Yeah? Do you mean win condition? Yeah, I think the goal is the right thing. Like the goal of when the game will release all the items and everything else, so that's typically known as the goal. I should be using Antarctic wind because I don't know where I'm aiming this half the time because it's behind the screen. Hey, Fanty! Watch another streamer do these, but she does Minecraft, Power Sim, and usually Hollow Knight. I think Hollow Knight is usually just beat the game. Yeah, Hollow Knight actually has a couple. It is beat the game, but there's a variety of different endings that you can go for as a requirement, right? So I'm just gonna pray. But yeah, some of the endings. Oop. There are a couple goals you can select from. You can even set the goal to Nemesis. Yeah. Which is not something I will ever do in the game without some heavy preparation, we'll just say. It's actually not wing. So Shadow, the thing is with this, most of the game is cutscene. So because there's a cutscene remover, it's actually not very long. Like if you go through it quickly and you know where you're going, you could probably do it in like 6 hours, 4 to 6 hours. But like, yeah. You don't like spamming quick attack for an hour? Eh. No. But I also chat a lot, so my problem is the fact that I'm just yappy. But yeah, I think Zithris was saying that another streamer that he watches was doing it in 3 hours. I can't do that because I yap too much. So... I keep missing.
Oh.
Whack. Can I just hit you? Oh, nice.
You like that?
Manospheres. Yeah, but three hours without cutscenes. The reasons why a lot of the GDQ streamers take so long is because there's cutscenes built in that you have to worry about. So if you don't need to worry about the cutscenes, then it, yeah. So we'll just negate the sonic boom. Get hit by it again. Nice overkill, though. That was a good crit. Oh my gosh. Yo, Faraga for an Aeon customization. So so now basically what we just got, if we go to customize, if we go to Aeons and then abilities, we can actually, I don't know if we can do it on this guy, but Yeah, so now you see how all these ones, this one costs Arctic winds, this one costs lightning marbles. Well, this one's free because we just got it unlocked in a chest. So, yeah. Use, you can also turn off random encounters, double and quadruple the game speed, give yourself gil, yeah. Like, I have the game running with all the encounters turned on because I'm not confident in my ability to beat the final boss without grinding a little bit. Let's see if we can do this. Nice.
All right.
We also have encounters turned on because we also get items from killing enemies for the first time or capturing enemies for the first time. And I have all my weapons and all my skills capture enemies. And no matter what I hit them with. So, yeah. I think you have something for me. Oh my gosh, sleep attack. Nice. Also, Fanty, I hope you're doing well. Ooh, hang on. Ah, silenced? Well, that's rude. I'm glad you are. Well, that's a problem. I guess we'll just, yeah, sometimes the arrow just, like, messes with me because I look at it and it looks like it's in the background. Okay, we're getting rid of this guy. Can I even summon? Oh, I guess I'm not even using my MP as Yuna, so I guess it doesn't matter. You need to die. Because otherwise that would have been very dangerous. A bit sleepy, but wanted to at least say hi. I'm glad you stopped by, Fancy. It's always good to see you. Wait, is that where I came from? Yeah, it is. Oh, wait, maybe it's not. I'm so confused. You're not asking too many questions. This is a brand new randomizer. I expect a lot of people to be excited about it, and I always say, like, for every person that is asking questions, there's like 2 or 3 other people that are wanting to ask questions but are too shy. So I think that it's good that you're asking questions.
See ya.
Mana and speed sphere. I wish I could see my map. I'm gonna go this way because I don't know if this is an actual check or not. Yes, it is. Yo, progressive jet spear again. What that gives me, I have no idea, but it is something. Well, I is very excited. It means like Pokemon, there's potential for more Final Fantasy Archipelago options. Yes, yes. I do love, all the different randomizers. I do love the fact that there's so many different ways that we can play our favorite games. And this one is immediately being added to my 40 game solo archipelago that I'm gonna be doing. I think that I'm about to get poisoned or silenced or slept or something. Oh wait, no, it doesn't matter. Taco Blink Peak. What do you mean? Like for Archipelago? I have played Peak. Shadow, oh my gosh, thank you so much for the sub. Oh my goodness. Oh, Final Fantasy 10 is peak Final Fantasy. Yes, yes, I agree. I love Final Fantasy 10 quite a bit. Oh, I was just about to get to the group. I think I kind of like bypassed a couple of things on the ground down there. So I hope that it wasn't anything important. Sorry, I'm like trying to keep track of where I'm going. I'm using a tracker. Yo, have a good night, Scar. I'm using a tracker. I'll show you what it looks like on the screen so you can see. This is what it looks like. It shows me all of the different things. So all the gray ones are the ones that I've picked up. And all of the red ones are ones I can't access yet. So either like a story trigger, for instance, like there's a... right above where it says Mushroom Rock Road, there's like a not square, but kind of square-ish thing on the right-hand side, right under Jose. That's green. Sometimes by completing events like that, those are story triggers, will unlock the remainder of the red items in that region. So, yeah. Trapezoid. Have a good night, Scarth. I think your 40 game list for 40 games is up to 43. Listen, the good thing about that means that I'm gonna be able to pick which game I would like to rather than having to do every single one. Right? Like, you get what I'm saying. I really hope this just kills you. It's probably a low chance to fail or a high chance to fail. But it didn't, so GG. Oh my god! What? Auron? Auron is right here! Oh, wow. Save, 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 save. Oh my goodness. Auron, we're gonna swap you with Titus for now. And then we're gonna move here again. And then we're gonna use the level 4 ability key to go this way. And then before we forget, we're gonna use a magic sphere there. So this will automatically now, as I'm going through, so if I decide to use, we're gonna go just full ham on, you know what I don't see? We don't have any defense spheres. We have strength. But we don't have any defense. But now we're gonna move this way, and everything along the way will automatically light up. It's one of the quality of life features of this game. Of this game's randomizer. So what do we want? I guess we'll do a magic defense because we could always use magic defense. Enemies might hit us with magic. Wouldn't be nice if we didn't just keel over if that happened. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. Squares thing, kind of like a soft square, square soft even. I just imagine the NPC handing you an unconscious Orin. It's like, here you go. Please take. Yep. Look, I did it this time. I didn't actually forget. See, we have a level 4 key sphere, but I don't know if I really want to use it that bad. Because there's like a level 3 key sphere in between. There's something else over there, and I don't know what it is. But yeah, I think we're just gonna go this way. So everybody's abilities are good. Let's equip Orin with nothing. We, by the way, we unlocked Orin's maximum weapon, but I don't know if it has no AP anymore. I'm gonna equip it. Just because I'm not sure. It might make it so that Orin doesn't get SP or AP. But yeah, we got a couple of characters' weapons so far. So if we go this way. Isn't it? Is it down? Is it down farther? Well. Special use Antarctic wind on you. Yeah, we gotta get rid of this one. Oh, shoot. I didn't realize that that was Yuna that I was selecting. Oh, I'm slow. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, you're weak. Oh, everything here is weak against Blizzard.
Let's see what this does.
Well, at least... Yeah? Yo, Marco, take care. Have a good sleep. Also, hey, Robuntu.
Get out of here.
Item class, useful. Please level up Orin's AP. That was... Okay, 7 levels, pretty good. Poison Fang. There's a way to get an item over here. I found it. Never mind. Oops.
It is an honor, Sir Orin.
Thanks.
Thanks. We are going to kill this. No, we're not. Looks like we are a bit squishy. Oh boy, we're all napping. Please don't petrify me. I'm just gonna not even. Yeah, we got Massamune or Massamune. Oh my gosh. Wait. Did you wait, was I hovering over the thing and so that's why it yeah. Whoops. Black magic fire. Nope, not fire. Blizzard. On you. Overkill. I think that my magic defense and my magic affect my Aeons. So... Also, it's really weird that these guys are weak against fire. Wow. That these guys are weak against fire when they cast fire. Do 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 do. Speed sphere, nice. Okay, sphere, Orin. What did that? What's this one? Extract power. I'm just gonna keep on moving for now because I think that the most important thing is getting as much. Yeah. Getting as many different things here. So we'll use one here. Activates an attribute used by another character. So let's see. See, this is where we have to be clever, okay? The attribute ones are really good, but we also have the warp option. So we want to kind of pick one that is close to a good, like, ability, right? So that we can grab that ability later as well. Oops. Max HP by 200, accuracy, defense, agility, magic. I'm trying to figure out whose sphere this is. Oh, that's Riku's. This is Yuna's. It's not Yuna's that I need to worry about. Where's Titus? Oh, there's Titus. So I wonder what this is. Agility, evasion. Oh, I really hoped that I would get the things next to it. Oh well. Move. Use. Goodness, I keep getting more magic defense spheres. Accuracy sphere. Accuracy sphere would be nice. So, move. And use. Accuracy sphere. Accuracy is kind of like pretty important for a melee class. There should be something here. Am I silly? Am I missing it? I don't understand. Do I have to come back later? Where's the item? There should be an Al Bhed primer here. In the base game, units of stats affects Aeons. Ah, okay. Overkill. We'll just keep on keeping everybody alive. Just because I throw a box of snakes at someone doesn't mean I'm any less afraid of snakes. Wait, who? Who's throwing boxes of snakes? Also, if anybody's interested in doing Archipelago randomizers, we do multi-worlds quite frequently in my community. So if you want to join, and you know, the best way to do is join the Discord and give yourself the AP multi-world role, and that way you're going to be able to participate and be notified when something's coming. Okay, I'm just blind. Oh my god, what? I just got the Major Sisters. Wow. I'm not gonna lie, I've actually never used the Major Sisters before, so I don't know what they fully do yet. Amazing how they fit in that tiny book. Okay, so this time we hit this guy and he dies real fast. And you're weak to fire for some reason, even though you cast fire. If I ever have time when not working, we do them async. So what that means is you can do it, like, you don't have to do it all at the same time, because we have a large community with a lot of people around in different places. So you don't want, if you like, not everybody's going to be on the same time frame. Like, I know that I stream nights, and other people work nights or days or whatever else. So we do it so that, like, you know, there's rules in place to make sure that it doesn't just drag on forever. But so, like, every couple of days you have to update your, or like play your game or whatever else. Every few days you have to play your game so that you're, you know, keeping on top of it. But it's less of a specific, oh, we're doing it at this time and you have to be there or you can't kind of thing, and more of a you know, let's get 40 games in and everybody plays their own game at their own rate and we play together. It's pretty cool. I mean, set a plant on fire burns, and mushrooms are definitely plants. That's fair. Alright, so I think that we're about to hit a cutscene. Trying to figure out where on this map it's telling me that I am. Because I don't actually know. So I'm trying to figure out if I need to be looking for chests here or not. Uh-oh. I gotta give you the role so that you have access to the Discord, so I'm doing that right now. There you go. I have to manually approve basically 90% of everybody that comes in the Discord just because I try to keep the Discord like free from bots. I have a very heavy anti-bot protections. Alright, so we have 2 checks here before the boss. And I say the boss, but I think it's just like a series of fights. But there are 2 chests in here somewhere. And trying to find them. Oh, hey, white magic spheres. Nice. Oh, hey. Well, I was going to say trying to find them might be difficult. But turns out, oh my god, we got the moon crest. Goodness. Well, that's nice. As I suck at some of them.
Go to Yuna.
Okay.
I'm a little nervous.
Okay. Oh wait, we should save. I did just save, but I also just opened 2 chests, so I don't think that we're gonna have any problems. I doubt we'll have any problems, but I do like to make sure that I'm not going to lose too much progress.
Are you ready?
Yeah, no.
Please hurry.
Yeah, I'm hurrying. I just want to make sure that I'm not making a goof of myself. I have... Oh, no, I'm... Okay, yeah, no, it's fine. Use... I really want a defense sphere. I'm just surprised that we just... Like, we have magic defense, but there's no other defense. Ugh. This is gross. So it goes this way, this way, this way. Threaten? Armor break. Armor break is huge. Honestly, oh wait, no, we kind of have to come over here so we can grab these couple things. Accuracy. Wait, what is this? Oh my gosh. I'm getting so much more accuracy from just putting these regular ones in than the ones that come along the path here. I didn't even realize that until now. Wow. Yes. Use magic defense. Use luck sphere? No, because that just turns it into a luck thing. Magic sphere. And then move this way. Oh, I gotta come back over here and get these ones that I had already... I mean, magic defense, regular magic. Yeah? So am I allowed to answer your questions about the Mage's Sisters? For this stream, yes. But for most of the other, so like the first time that I'm going through games, like if it's a first playthrough, then like absolutely not. But this is not my first playthrough. I've played this game many times. It's just I don't remember much of the actual, like, I know a lot about the lore of the game and everything else, but some of the details in terms of like how specific things work and triggers for specific events, I'm not familiar. Like, I never 100%ed this game. I definitely never did anything with the Dark Aeons.
Are you ready?
Yes. Skill! Power break. Power break. Okay, so it'll hit
for defense.
Yes. That is correct. All right, let's summon the Mage's Sisters. I love when people enjoy them, but I guess to answer a tiny bit, Mage's Sisters are the final aeons you can attain. I love how they all have different sound effects when you summon them. Do as you will. Fight. Help each other. Oh goodness. Physically attack. Healing magic. Do as you will. Taking a break. Fight. Okay. Nice. One more time. Taking a break. Oh. Fight. Oh! Okay, that was a little strong. One more time. Go, go, go. Oh, hey. Okay. Arm obliterated? Yeah. And you missed. Fight? Taking a break. Okay, you're always taking a break. Blech. Goodbye, arm! The head's gonna move suspiciously. Do as you will. Oh, hey, auto life. Interesting. Do as you will. Bio. Immune. Oh, she's... Oh my gosh. Strong, strong, strong characters. I didn't realize that, yeah. Okay. Since you don't have to worry about the 999 damage cap since it's multi-hit? Oh yeah, that's right. I wasn't expecting them to cast Reflect and then reflect off of the one character. That's so clever. Skill. Power break. Arm. Okay. We're gonna use... It doesn't look like you have any of that stuff. So, you know what? I'm not even gonna play games with this guy. We're just gonna go full ham. Full ham, okay? Goodbye! Arm cannot be captured. He be dead. We leveled up a bit. Just a bit. Hey, look, we got some level 1 key spheres. We have 70 supreme gems as well. Not key spheres. Couldn't the sisters catch, or couldn't the sisters break damage anyways without the need for crests? Possibly. I don't know because I don't know enough about the sisters in general. So again, we just watched a cutscene, but we didn't actually because, you know, we don't need to. So, yeah. Three stars. There's chests, I think, over here. Or maybe not. Three stars. That's 60 more stars. I don't have any space in my inventory for any of this stuff. Oh, I have to go talk to somebody. Somebody needs me to tell them that things are good. Hello? Where is... Oh, there you are.
Maesters are strict.
That's... Wait, what? Oh, it's probably Orin who's gonna tell me that, that was surject. Maybe, question mark.
You can't ignore the teachings.
Yes, I can. I can ignore a lot of things. Honestly, I am a professional ignorer.
Rest while
we can. Oh, hey, it was Orin. hello? The tiniest ledge. Can I go this way? Yes. No, there's stuff there. There's still stuff. So yeah, we finished the story in that particular area. So once we do that, it sends us back to the airship destination thing, and we can go and choose the locations that we have unlocked from here. We have not unlocked Bavel. We have not unlocked Guadosalam, or the Omega Ruins, or Kilika. So we can't go to any of those places. Or Bicanal. I think that's how you say it. Maybe not. But yeah. So there's still a lot that we can do in this game. And I think that it might, though, be a good time to wrap up here for the day. I don't plan on stopping this game. Like, sorry, how do I say that? I plan on continuing this game, I think is the best. Yeah. Bicanal? Okay. Or Bicanal. But yeah. I plan on continuing this game. Just not today. And I think tomorrow's a practice. I have to practice because I'm doing next weekend. Next weekend I'm going to be participating in the Randomizer for Good marathon. I'm the finale. I think the finale is they do the finale and then they raid my channel. Because it's too late for anybody to stay up in order to host the channel, pretty much. So yeah, I've got Metroid Fusion in the event, so I had a lot of things that I've been working on. Sorry, I've had a lot of things I've been working on, and so I haven't been getting the best sleep. So I'm gonna be taking a nap. By nap, I mean probably going to bed after this, and then waking up and working on my multi-world, or the multi-world seed that I have in the community async. Because I am super tired. Get the good sleeps? Thank you! I might hop into the voice chat in Discord for a little bit in Discord. So also, if you are a subscriber, make sure you connect your Twitch account to the Discord account so that you get access to all the channels in the Discord. There's cool things for, like, cool benefits. Same thing with YouTube members, YouTube channel members. I have a Minecraft server. I've got a few other things that you get access to. What are they called? Wallpapers. My brain is just not working because I'm like running at not 100%. But we're gonna find somebody to raid. $99%. Well, thank you all so much for hanging out, for watching. If you like the stream, if you enjoyed this game, let me know. Let me know if you want to see more of it. It is a game that I really, really love, so I really hope that people are liking it, people are enjoying watching it. And also don't forget to check it out. But it is a new game. It is in beta, and people are working on it. There's a lot of work going on in it, and things will break. Just expect that. It is new. So if something goes wrong, you know, just understand that this is a beta of a game, of a rando. So if you're gonna play it, make sure that you understand that there is possibly going to be logic bugs. There is possibly going to be crashes. There's possibly going to be a wide variety of things. So Final Fantasy is my favorite franchise, so of course I want to see more. I'll definitely be back. Good night, Blocket. Thank you so much for being here. Tomorrow is Metroid Fusion Door Lock Rando because I'm practicing for my run that is going to be next weekend. So I need to make sure, and because tomorrow's the last stream of the week of the Saku week, which starts on Thursdays. Yeah. Or starts on Friday morning, but yeah, you get it. I got the hiccups. For some reason, they are not cooperating. There is a lot of people playing Resident Evil Requiem still. I'm surprised. It's a good game. I really want to play it one day. Although I don't own it, so... And I have other scary games and whatnot that I have planned already for this year's Halloween. Oh, definitely, I loved it. I'm glad. I'm gonna send you to Lunity, who's doing Pokopia.